at 10:01. Paul Swan? Here. Christopher Eagleback? Todd Dershell? Cowboy Wright?
Here.
Stanley Woodenack Jr.? John Hollhorn? Here. O'Neill Yellowhawk? Robert Radlingly?
Oh.
Charles DeBrey Jr.? Bill Marshall?
Here.
Wayne Frederick? Emily Boyd Blondra? Alvin Bearhill Sr.? Sherry Wright Plank? Camelon Wilcott here. Lila Phillipsite? Michael Bolt Sr. William Kendall?
Here.
Ben Blackman III?
Oh.
Marion Little Thunder? Here. Someone? Yeah. Council, I need a motion to have Malia be our Sergeant at Arms. Tina's not here today. Motion by Ben, second by Totes. Question by Marion. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. We have a lot of resolutions to do. But first we'll do the invocation. Miss Lila just walked in. We're going to have you do the invocation, Lila.
Good morning, Council. And we listen to everyone of you today. That's Kashla, fellow Council. Now, better ki ahituan Mushima Kashla. Now, Omnichema Uhapit, you come. Taco Teshika Ukashket Kashla, and now walk like a big decha Kashla on Kapia. Oyateki Ushika Pina to Kashla, Lana Washiki Lana to Kashla, El Kashla, Hoy Yompi, to Kashla Mitaki at the home, Washigla Umpi, not to Kashla. Oi chakiaya to Kashla, which was only walk a warm block. Naisha Donna, Okoja Tipi at the Fabi, and now we chose only we track cooked at Kashla. Bakaja Kiwaya, be you can't, and Naisha. A white chalakina to Kashla, warm block, we track cooked the Nawaya, Bigila, don't wire block the to Kashla, Chilboya Chicha. The dollar Ohaya Kapiki and Yuhila Takashila, which hot Hachimujila, Nawaya the Dana Takashila, and Rashatunkum Takashila, all Kapia, which was only one, watch it come could be a wall as I washed down could be a Takashila. Alan, watch it the ice pitcher Takashila, all Kapia, Mikakuyas.
Thank you, Barbara. Continuing today's meeting from the recess of last week, and what I need to know is there anyone else that needs to be excused? Michelle?
I need to leave by 3 to get my kids.
Chris? Oh, no. No. Stan? Bill?
About 2:30. I got to be back till 5.
Okay. Tammy?
About 2.
And Willie. And Willie. Anyone else? And we also have Connor called in to be excused, Sherry excused, Wayne will be late 2 hours, and Mike will be late. I need a Charles the Brazen. And Charles? I need a motion to excuse Emily, Marion. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Layla voted too.
13.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? What? Carried. Okay, we'll start with the resolutions because we have quite a few that need to go through.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to make a statement before we get going with the resolution. That's okay. We are control our own na kamnish na wanap na kamina hini washte chicham. Chante washte na pet chuzam. What I kind of like to make is that I was attended today with expectation that there was going to be land in Asheville today. I didn't even know there was a tribal council meeting. Nobody notified me. And for some reason, I'm not part of that group chat again. So I didn't even know there was a tribal council today. Now, I think that is primarily due to lack of communication. Now, I don't know if that was a plan to exclude me from this meeting or not, but I'm here today for the meeting, and I invited several people to come and land in Nashville today, and I hope they're watching so they don't have to make a bum trip. I think there should be a better way of communicating with everybody out of this office so that we could know. Our Oyates probably don't even know there's council meeting today. I think this is just totally due to lack of communication. Wopilalo.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to give the floor to one of my council,
Okay.
one of our community members.
Thank you. Council, you like me to stand here or would you like me to come up there?
Matt, we could hear there.
Good morning, council.
Good morning.
Good morning, administration.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Fine.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant in Arms.
Good morning.
My name is Daryl Marcus Kilton. I have a piece band here on wrist. This came from Denver. If I talk a little Mexican, forgive me. I come here and I apologize for bothering as you're busy here today, and but I'm going to surprise you with something, and I might make you cry if you're emotional about things here. I am requesting council assistance in amount of $2,500. And the reason for that, administration council, is I saved $3,200. And before the snow, that cold spell came, I was ready to go. But we had 4 deaths in our tribe. And if you know me, my heart's pretty big. So I helped just about everybody I could with gas and food and whatever. I still do that. Since 2005, I've been doing that with my heart just to help people. I have my own money. I get pensions once a month. 2018 to this past year and a half, I started negotiating with the Office of Personnel Management in Washington. And I tell you what, with a Native American, that was pretty hard. But I have no fear. It didn't stop me. So now I'm in negotiations to get that back. So now they're requesting me to go to Office of Personnel Management in Washington. What that installs is back pay all the way up to 2018, but they want to give it to me at the age of 62. But I'm going to be 67 this year. With all the things going on in Washington, I tell you what, I'm one of my close. I don't want that to happen to me. I don't want my pension, my retirement to go down the drain here. I want to fight for what I rightfully own as a veteran and what happened to me. I think the only person in here that probably knows what happened to me is our chairwoman. 1995, I had gallbladder surgery here at the hospital. And here the surgeon that's from Puerto Rico took a scalpel and said, this is this and that, to all those people around that surgical table. So what he did was he cut me up, he cut my liver, cut my intestines. He cut me up inside so bad that I was a code blue. So I ended up in Sioux Falls. They did exploratory and they sent me to Omaha, University of Nebraska, to put me back together. They cut out this much of intestine out of me. You wouldn't believe, but your intestine's a little bit longer. So now I have a tube in my stomach for the remainder of my life. But here's the catch. Before I left, that surgeon is one of the top 10 in the United States or in the world. Said you only have 10 years to live. Because when that thing gives out, I'm sorry to say it, but your poop is gonna come out of your mouth, come out of every hole that you have. And you're gonna suffocate. You're gonna die. And you can't be saved. So I lived that 10 years. I'm still here. So I'm fighting for my right to have my pension, my things, my livelihood to keep me alive. I don't work anymore. I wish I did. All my savings, I have $315 right now. Out of that 3,200. That 3,200 was going to give me my bus ticket to go up there and fight for my cause. Imagine me, Lakota, just by myself, no government tag on me, no council, no nothing on me. Just going up there to see Senator Johnson, Congressman Johnson, Senator Stone, and Mr. Rounds, and the Office of Personnel Management people. Well, I want to ask you, Council, all of you, trial administration, even the people out there, if they start cutting our funding and they start cutting all those people with first month checks from Friday to today or on the 12th, you're not going to see anything of that. Mr. Trump and Mr. Musk allow that to happen. So I'm on a journey to fight for myself. I feel like crying sometimes, you know, but man, it's been a while since I cried. I'll tell you, one thing that almost made me cry just the other day was when that young man got run over. I was over there with Mr. Eagleberry. And things like that I see. I pray a lot. I come here before you not to beg. I don't do that. I serve this country very well. I served my people here very well. I sat there right there for 6 years. So I'm asking the tribal council and Rosebud Sioux tribal to help me. $2,500. I don't know what rooms are. I'm gonna hopefully stay there 2 days just to get my business done. And if like, when I get this back pay back or whatever, they have to give it back because this is a medical federal disability that I have. I have a scar right down my chest, all the way clear across my belly. And I tell you what, dying for code blue for 2 times, it's this whole ordeal, and I'm still here. I wish that not on anybody when you have surgery. So I ask you today, open your hearts and please help me. It's not begging, it's just to ask, see what a tribal member can do going to Washington, all by himself. I'll stop with that and I'd like to say something, one more thing if you allow me, please. I'm 67 and I've been in this floor and I served with Mr. Kendall twice. I'm gonna give you encouragement. Encouragement. Stand up right now and fight for our people. Don't fight no more in here. Don't fight no more in here. You're breaking our hearts every time we hear something out there. Don't fight no more. We should be rich. We should be wealthy. When you fight in here, you don't get nothing done. All you do is bring dirt on that floor right there. I've been here long enough to see a lot of things. Those 3 paintings, I donated to this council chambers. Those 3 paintings I did for the sake of making education a lot stronger in here for our children. Every time I see these, every time I come in here, think of all those little ones that are gonna master something like this, that. You sitting up there. They have dreams too. For encouragement, encouragement. I love it a lot. Respect. I thank you, Totes, for allowing me to speak like this. I apologize to you. So with that, any questions?
Can I have a question?
Wasn't able to get with Wayne on Friday, I believe it was, or next day when you called me. So I don't know if that was ever approved in budget and finance there.
Well, I come to the bigger body. The bigger body here is overpowering budget and finance. If you've seen your ordinance.
Is there anybody on budget and finance in here?
Yeah.
4 of us.
Or you guys was here?
If you talked to him on Friday, today's Monday.
Oh, it was Thursday. I said Friday night, so I meant Thursday.
Oh, well, our last meeting was on Tuesday. We don't meet until next week.
Is there in here?
So we never talked about it. 'Cause
Chairman, I can pay back. I give my back pay. I can give the $2,500 back to the tribe.
So who's the chair?
I'm the vice chair, Mike's the chair. And so, I mean, so you're asking for 2,500 and you're willing to pay it back. You're going to pay whenever you get it.
That's right. I don't know if anybody ever done that, Chairwoman. Pay back the tribe. Well, I'm willing to pay it back. This is how hard and how precious this thing is to get to Washington. If you get a letter in your mail indicating we're not gonna approve your disability anymore, that is so heartbreaking. You know, so now with a 1.5 year discussions, I'm going up there to meet with them and tell them, I'm gonna even lift my shirt up to let them know about the scar I have on my body.
Are you willing to sign something stating
I'm
that?
willing to sign anything.
How's it going to go? Well, we'll make the motion to allowed us, as long as you pay it back.
Don't worry, I'll pay that.
Alright,
You have to state a funding source. Maybe you
Oh,
can
it's-
call Wayne.
yeah, okay.
Where's Wayne?
Malia can go grab your keys.
2,500 and sorry, yeah, so.
Hey, the money here.
While we're waiting for Wayne to come. Again?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, council. Good morning. Wednesday. Thank you for coming, expressing your concerns about what's going on up in Washington. A lot of stuff that's happening, in the social media, all this type of stuff. So, I myself, we've been having a lot of problems, I guess, in the past probably month or so with travel. We're getting hounded by the public because, when council travels or administration travels, they're using the travel money, doing all this type. So in this instance here, I'm glad you came to express your concerns and wanting to go that way. But I mean, I would definitely, I guess, support and also recommend that we pay for trips for people to do that. To go to Washington, to go and support what we are trying to fight for. We can't do it administratively wise because we're trying to do it strategically, basically, But if we go up there, like in your sense, when you go up there yourself, you're able to get out there. You're able to just yell and say, hey, we're going to do this stuff, but I guess representing the tribe, the Oyate, Situngu, those are things, again, for me, we don't see that, nor have we even had that yet. I don't know if there's anybody up there. Last time I heard was maybe when this administration, the government was up there before, and there was a guy singing out there, and these kids were mocking him. That's the last time I'd seen anything up there representing by themselves. They weren't representing a tribe or nothing. They were just up there by themselves at the same time too, where they were coming from. So this is, I think, I guess, being on the air too. Also, these is where we should call a lot of people to go and vote and act. Have a group to go up there and be able to represent that and say this is what's gonna affect us, and we're here to not protest. But again, at least say, hey, we don't want this to stop. We don't want this to, give us a solution to what's happening and stuff. So those are some of the concerns that I have here, and then to express to this body, but also the administration. So going up to Washington is one of the most pivotal things, no matter what. One of the biggest things, I think, when I got on this council last year, there was an issue, I think, with our fire department. They said, they can't do structure fires. They said, hey, you can't do structure fires. Why is that? Oh, it's in our policy. I think you mentioned it. It's our policy. Well, how do we change that? He says, oh, you gotta go up to Congress. You gotta go up to Congress. That's an act of Congress. I said, well, here we are in 2025, and we still can't go up there and do that. Why? So those are just my concerns. I'm like, why can't we? Why can't we go up to Washington, have them change that process? Because there's gonna be fires all over the place. And we got housing, we got, they're the fire, BIA fire department, government sent down the fire department, but yet they can't do structures. That's really kind of frustrating for me. I'm thinking, you've been doing it all these years. So why right now we have to stop because, it's in our policy that we can't do that. Well, let's go up to Washington and change it. So those are one of my pushes, I think. And, if I get on council, that's one thing I wouldn't mind doing is going up there to say, hey, we need to push this. We need to say, we're going to change that. Can you change that policy where, BIA can't go and take out structure fires? Change it. And then let's see what happens when it comes down. Because 2025, I mean, our kids are going to be saying the same thing too. Well, BIA cannot do any structure fires. And that's what's going on right now, circulating here. Oh, well, I guess we're not going to go. So we're all in an uproar right now, all confused. So who's supposed to do it? We have a VFD coming up. And that's kind of like the situation too. So it's switching over. But again, I always say, why are we duplicating services a lot? We have a lot of duplication of services, whether it's land, housing, right now, fire, we're duplicating services. Somebody could do it better. It sounds like, well, let's change that one that should have been doing it the first time and make sure they're doing it right. So I'm supportive of doing this because again, you don't hear anybody else doing that. So again, I'm supportive of it and I will second his motion to make sure we pay you. And I don't think you should pay that back because again, this is something that you're passionate about. Again, we see a lot of people saying, yeah, we got to, council should be paying back their travel and stuff. And we get that a lot from the public and stuff. But to me, to have somebody coming up and actually requesting that takes a lot. To actually be able to stop and do that stuff. So I'm supportive of it. I'll second his motion on it. And, I guess for me, I would love to go with you on that. Again, with our administration, maybe with some other council reps. But again, it's something that we should be able to up there lobbying for no matter what. We do have lobbyists, but they're in their own little position. So, but yeah, there's a lot of change coming. So I want to make sure that we are representative, right? Especially with Situngu here. And of course, we do have other tribes out there, that coalition, I think it's called COPE. They have a lot, and that's what we're doing with. But I'd rather see us as a tribe be able to get out there, step up somehow, some way. So those are my concerns, but also I guess, would like to, so I don't make that motion, but I'd like to amend it where he wouldn't have to pay that back. If he's doing it himself, I'd rather see that. I don't think any of us council reps are going to do this too. So, but again, if there's somebody up there, I would rather see that supported. But again, also the public, we have other people that are doing the same thing too, who would do the same thing, to support that, to go up there. Maybe have one of our charter buses send you guys up there, you know, so that takes a lot, but I'd rather do that. So again, Madam Chair, I'd like to second that motion for him to do that, but also amend it where he's not gonna pay it back.
Wayne, they need a funding source. Daryl has requested funding to travel to DC to represent himself and his tribe for some requests. Chris made a motion to approve it, Ben seconded it, but we need a funding source.
Well, I know it's council donations right now.
Good, I Chris. Request, Mike.
Yeah, I've asked Wayne a couple weeks ago to give us an idea of where we are for general fund. And we've got the results here. Council donation line item is at a point where we've got about a month and a half of the way we're currently spending donation money. We got about a month and a half left, and it'll be depleted. Your general fund is more than 50% overall, more than 50% depleted.
How much is in there?
Listen, it doesn't matter. I'm just
Well,
saying,
you're asking for
our
25.
spending, I know, but our spending,
Oh, it is.
well, most of the council donations are going for medical travel. Okay? Some of the other committee members, you help me out here, you know, but, I'm sorry, you know, but that's the picture.
He's lobbying for the stuff. He's lobbying for it. I mean,
Well,
we're gonna deplete it, he's still lobbying for it.
I'm just sharing this information. You guys make the decision.
That's what we're doing.
Yeah.
So, the reason why, I guess, just up to speed to Mike, the reason why I made the decision to support this was because he's willing to pay it back too. But I was waiting for you and Wayne to come into the room too to say you guys spoke about it. So I'm open for discussion because I do know the crisis that the tribe is in, and I do know how bad a lot of us are trying to get our own people to pay stuff back. And yet, when we talk about money within this room, we get mad.
Wow. If I may, young man,
Gotcha.
if I may, young man, the amount that I'm getting paid back, Mr. Boyd, is $62,000. That's how much I'm getting back. I don't want to let that disappear. $62,000 for me is a lot of money. So I'm gonna be the first tribal member to come back in here, Mr. Boats, to pay this back. I'm gonna pay this back, and I'm gonna come in here, and I'm gonna show you the money order, $2,500. But $62,000 is what is coming back to me in back pay. And I gotta go all the way up there, and by those, look at the virtues, I'm fighting for everyone's seeing those words right there. I'll fight for that, and that's gonna carry me. But if you're gonna deny me because of like that, tell it to me straight, I'm a man. It's my veteran.
Just tell him. Tonight, yes or no?
Tammy and Totes.
That's fine.
You know what, in all honesty, I support Ben's idea of not having to pay back, simply because, you know, we've had somebody in the administration department that went on travel and that wasn't approved. So we're approving him to travel. We should be able to pay for it. And I feel like he should not have to pay it back. He's going up there to do us a service. We can't afford to send anybody else, but I do not see why we can't send one person.
Totes.
Good morning. This is a humble man here and he's a proud man. So I believe that we need to go with the way that he wants it done. Yes. With the motion, because that's what he's coming here to request, and he will pay it back because we all know him. Thank you.
Michelle.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Daryl. Thank you for coming and thank you for stepping up and helping represent our people and our Oyate in DC. I fully support what you're trying to do. And I don't think that you should have to pay it back either. If you want to pay it back, that's fine. You can take whatever steps to pay it back, but it should not have to be a requirement because Tammy's right. People traveled when they weren't supposed to travel too. So I'm all for it. I support him and what he's trying to do. Thank you.
If I may, Chairwoman and Council, I would like to say something on behalf of the tribe of Black Hills. I'm really stout. I'm really put my heart into the piss up of that shot. I don't want to, we don't want to lose that place. That's one of the things that I apologize to you if I didn't say that, but virtue's right there. I want to say something on behalf of Black Hills. I'm up there. I've been up there a couple of times when I was on council, and last time was with Mr. Charlie Colombo. Tell you what, walking through the airport with spurs on, that was cool. That's a joke. But Charlie Colombo is a good friend. Do things for the tribe.
For the question, if there's no other discussion.
Am I?
I'll call for the question if there's no other discussion.
Alright, Amy, call for the question. Pardon?
Motion back, second by amendment.
Can you read the motion back, Nicole?
We got it. I just, yeah.
Motion by Christopher Eaglebear to approve 2,500 to Darryl Marcus for his trip to Washington DC to come from council donation, second by Ben Blackner, question by Emily Boyd Blondra.
We're missing the part where I didn't say, or I didn't rescind or amend my motion where he wasn't supposed to not pay it back. He's supposed to pay it back. Because that's the only way I know that the tribe will be able to move forward from this too in a way where we both benefit. Because unfortunately, Mike is right. We are in a big crisis. We are. We send people out probably 5 times a day for medical travel, and those accumulated up to about $25,000 to a day that we send people out. Yeah, no, it all adds up. All these small numbers, and so these requests, you know, they may seem minor to the people in this room that make $25,000 every 2 weeks, but to the people that don't, you know, these are big things. And unfortunately, to us, we got to realize that that's a lot of money. This tribe, we can afford it right now, but months down the road, if something else comes up, will we be able to help? Or who's willing to sacrifice their check to help? The energy that we have for our esteemed elder here, I wish we had that same energy for that 18-year-old kid that got denied last week. I want you guys to sit there and think about that. But yeah, don't amend my motion, but I do that.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
1.
Oh, 1.
Not
Sorry.
voting?
Just want to pose.
2.
2 not voting?
Yep. 1, 2.
Motion carried. Mila?
Thank you. Daryl is my first cousin, my Tilo, and I just wanted to kind of reiterate a little bit about IHS. He wouldn't be standing here in front of us if it wasn't for IHS and what they did. They almost killed him. And it's kind of unfortunate because he worked there. Put in time at IHS for a long time, and then they almost killed him, and then, you know, just didn't want to help him. He had to fight, and he's still fighting for his life. And money is going to be an issue. But, I did vote for it, and I'm letting the people know that, because I'll probably get questioned, I should have voted this and that. And it's not only because the relationship. I support veterans. They shouldn't have to come here like this. Where is their support? You know, but he comes, you know, he comes from a different way of life in a different time where, we all used to talk for each other and support each other in that way. So, I just want to put it out there that, you know, this isn't the only one. We just had last week, the little baby, the kaposha. They did the same thing to him. And he's 4 years old. He almost died too. And we heard Uchi come here and tell us that. So there's many out there that are happening. And, you know, I feel that, you know, it's people versus money. And, you know, if we save a life, and we can save a life, that's what matters to me too. And, we don't know what's gonna happen yet. Every day it's different. And every day our decisions here are gonna be a little different. We're gonna have to make decisions, you know, I don't think we're spur of the moment stuff, but you know what? Our veterans, when they serve their country, they sign off and they go over there and they're willing to die for us. You know, he served his time here, and he's doing things for the community and helps people. You know, we're losing our mentality of that way of life. We're losing our focus on what it means to be a Lakota person. Respect. The ultimate things that our people expect of this body here is respect, compassion, all of those. And you know, it's really hard. It's hard, and our people, you know, they're worried. And I want to thank, you know, all of you for sitting here, because we're gonna be thrown out with some things here. And I'm sure up there, I mean, they don't care who they send here anymore now. Long as maybe that doctor killed so many people, but they'll send them over here. And I just says, I got into it with one of those high people up there, a man. He refused to help one of our females. And he was yelling in her face about right here. She was in so much pain. She was crying. And he said, stop. I went off on him. And you know what he said to me? He said, I don't have to listen to you. You're not my boss. I said, well, you think twice. They don't care about what we say down here. And we all know that's reality, because they get to do what they want at HHS. So we're going to be dealing with a lot of different things. And, you know, it's frustrating because, you know, I was thinking about the little boy, same thing. You know, but when she came and talked for him, and I really think that our lawyers need to get with it here. You know, I think we need to hear them sometime on this body of what they're working on with IUJF. I'm kind of like not in the loop. Maybe I'm the only one, I don't know. But I think we need to be on top of things. We need to start holding people accountable. When we pay them good, they need to do their service. And they need to come here and tell us what they're doing. If it means every week, if it means every month, I don't care. They got to tell us what they're working on, because people like my Tiblo here, they could have helped him, but you know, They say that Okshaksha etu ash duenishni. You know, our elders, they always say, oh, they're dramatic. No, I looked around, there's nobody. When they say that, that means, you know, you're basically an orphan. So, you know, we stand up for ourselves. He's a man, he's a proud man. He helps all of us, takes care of us women in Springfield. My aunties and them, always takes care of them. So, you know, for me, the stats on the veterans, I'm worried about what's gonna happen to them. I'm worried about all this, the monthly checks that are coming. So maybe his words will say something to make them think. They're adamant, they're gonna do what they wanna do, but I know that when we start fighting back, we're different today. We're not like this. And the pipeline was stopped. He was there. He stayed in Standing Rock for a long time. Stood with our flag, our tribal flag and our American flag. And so, you know, that's my reasoning. You know, every little thing we get ridiculed for. And, you know, we shouldn't do that. We should, you know, do our best to help our members. When we come in here and sit in here, that doesn't mean we close the doors, lock it up and shut the windows, you know. It's even more so. So that's just the reason why I voted yes. So I'm gonna put that on record because of my stats for all the veterans.
I just want to say quickly, Madam Chairman, I guess I gotta apologize. I know you mentioned you requested that you didn't want us to be arguing here, so I do apologize. I know I talked to Mike, asked him how much money was in there because I don't know that either. You know, for our council donations, I know the budget and finance gets quite a bit of the funding and stuff, and I just hear it when it comes here to council, hey, we gotta approve the council donation. I said, I don't know, I didn't know what that was, but again, I do want to apologize. Same time too is that, you know, I guess with a veteran status, you know, as a veteran, you know, even going to war, we know that coming back and fighting for what we believe in, fighting to make sure that, you know, we get what we can, because again, that's us as a people. But at the same time too is that there's nobody else fighting out there. We say we are, but I don't see that. I don't hear it either. You know, I'm just as to blame for that because we're not fighting up there. Medicaid, Medicare, you know, that's on the chopping block. And we have all of those here on the Rosebud up there at IHS, but we're not doing anything about it. You know, that's what it sounds like when nobody's saying anything and we're not putting anything out there. So that's why I'm supporting you, because you're going up there to do that, to fight for that. And you don't see anybody else doing that. You don't hear anybody else putting it out there. You know, the state say, nah, we don't care. Well, us as a tribe, you know, we got to fight for our people. That's the reason why we're elected on here. That's the reason why we got voted in here, to make sure that we support that fight for them. Right now is going to be a challenge for all of us, all 20 council reps here, a challenge to go up to Washington, D.C. to fight for what we believe in and fight for what is ours. What we have, Medicaid, Medicare, IHS, housing, anything. That's what's coming up right now. So our administration up there is coming at us. You know, they did before in the past, but we kind of said, well, let's move on. But right now it is. So they said it, they put it out there. So I'm supporting you because yes, you're going up there. I would like to have more people do that. More tribal members, you know, our administration should probably go in that sense too. I mean, they should take, getting a party up there, maybe pay for your plane ticket, you know, even your room up there, things to that effect. When it comes to money, I know we're really, I guess, fight over that quite a bit because money is the root of all evil, is how I put it. So again, the travel part of it is one of the biggest issues. But, you know, when we sit here, we're sitting at the table to make these decisions. We're sitting here because of people voted us in. So those are just my understandings of why I'm supporting you on this thing too, no matter what, because somebody's stepping up. I'm glad you're here to step up on this deal because nobody else is doing it. And I don't hear anybody else doing it. So these are things where we need right now, especially in this time, you know, 2025, we're going to be one up to 2030, you know, there'll be a lot of issues, but if we can make a stand and they have somebody go up there and speak on our behalf, I mean, yeah, we can sit here and speak all we want here, but it really matters up there. All our chiefs and warriors in the past have done that, you know, went out to Washington, talked to all these, you know, high politicians, you know, but again, and they watch us to see, but when we bicker around here on a lot of these issues, then they kind of think, that's not, but again, these are things that we need to start policing up ourselves too. So, but again, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. And I wish you good luck on it. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything to say?
Council administration
لا بكر وايك وشاو هبلو نا لا تاكو تشوهم هنا لا يهاني ويا انجا وشاو هبلو تي أبكر دوبا وقت تهات خطاها انجا كي تاكو اوكي هتا انجا نها تاكو اوكي كشات خبوكي تهات اوغنا ليل wo ihiche hana yekelo chale taku ichuham hanta hel hogna le oyate ki le tala nashina ha ta wogla oklo chale taku ichuku hana omne chakta na taku ichuham hanta he ta ichuku iklo Chale, yani watch kantaha ish womanita ish taku ichua hanta oyate hogana she hoch ehani le upi lela le taku Mother's got ish katya wapi le 51 68 chahe hokana me woik cheki chilel hacha inkte ish le kata tala nashiki yak bazo na he hokana le ta chuko na hokana he hok wo ichi Takomni wo ihiche lo. Wo ihiche pekata ha. Cha wo ihiche le. Oyate ushikapi na ha. Oyate ki tagni. Ichu ukishni. Chate yakapi na. Lela. Wana osneki. Uki. She. Otebla washuchi. Good morning, council. I want to explain a little bit about our people beforehand. Our women are sacred. And our women have the power. The women matriarch society. Women had societies, and they were able to. They call it puya, and the Washita, the English language, they would say it is premonition. There's a premonition of things that come to our people. They're able to see what's coming. They're able to puya, premonition to how to stop things. There was a protocol amongst our tribe. There's a thing called loyalty that says that the things that Hokata Nation we're going to stand in front of the people. There's a term loyalty that caused a worry, causing scared, causing disheartened. Well, there's a one word to describe lots in that word. So, hell gonna tribes today, when we come into something about federal government, and there's a lot of war here. Tribes. Every tribe had their own way of doing things and how to go about it. One thing they did was they all band together and they talked. Each one had their own way of going about federal government. With that, they're gonna
we gotta, be, about this war heat here. Be careful with that. And, now. I'll say that much about. Glory of the Lord.
That's all, Daryl. We'll have, budget and finance or Wayne get hold of you on how they're gonna, disperse that money to you. If you wanna give your Wokula.
That money is, processed through the Ficker's office, so I just stepped up and seen this afternoon.
Okay.
They didn't have that. Each of these or?
Thank you for answering.
Also, we'll start with the ratifications. In the back of your folder are the ones that need to be ratified. Lila?
Thank you. Madam Chair, there's, last week we had, have informed that we have two from social services. They're not in here, but they're for town care. Emergency legislation.
If you all have them from the back of your folder, I need a motion to amend 2023-306.
Motion to amend.
Motion by Chris, second. Marion, question, votes? All in favor?
One,
They're in the back of your folder?
We're ratifying.
We're ratifying
oh,
all the ones in the back? So we're on 2023-306.
Watch out, it should be on the sheet that we gave out last week.
I don't have that either.
have these, but not that.
Yeah, those are the ones we're ratifying.
They're from back.
Yeah, I have these. But I didn't see any amendments to it.
I don't see them amending.
I think they're moving it from one program to another, right? Is that what that one did? I think it was for that down payment assistant fund.
On that one, we'll wait on that one because the BIA is going to be meeting with us on Tuesday because there has to be an MOA in place and they're getting that ready. So we'll just move on to the 2025-15 for health admin. Yes, Emily.
I just have a quick question. In one of our other, it was asked, what happens to the resolutions that are passed by petition but aren't ratified by council? So that just made me think, what happens to these that are already signed off on as petition but aren't ratified? Because I think in the last several months, there's been a couple of them. Are they still valid because they're already petition signed? So will those other ones eventually come back up too? I was just curious that you said anything. Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so 2025-15 health admin to apply for Tibri grant will be the next one she has on her list. It's not in here.
Is it 2025-15?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That was to apply.
So all of these are you just ratifying them for your
Apply for a grant for $350.
council, just so you know, all these ones that she brought, that Nicole gave me for the action today, they're all petition resolutions that need to be ratified. So 2025-15, I need a motion. Bill, second. Lila, question, votes, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. The next one is 2025-23. MRGB Consulting LLC. And it's petition going into as well. Motion to approve?
Sorry, is this renewing the contract or just paying them?
That's from February 1st to March 1st, 2026.
And it was passed through petition resolution, so now we're ratifying it. Because it was a petition resolution. That's action that was already taken by petition resolution. So I need a second, Bill, Bill, Charles. Motion, question, Michelle? Motion? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
2025-24. Yeah, one-time funding in the amount of 86,000 for tribal leasing. Also petition resolution. Motion Coates, second. Lila, question, Stan. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried. The next one is 2025-25. ABI attachment, sole source of 500 and 1,000 drinking water for tribal members. Motion, Charles. Second, Bill. Have a question? Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
3. 2. Sorry.
Motion carried.
Does anyone want a copy of this resolution for approval? Extra.
The next, so the one we're going over now is 2025-26, one-time funding, BIA 202,500 climate resiliency. Motion, Cook, second, Lila, question? Okay. Ben? All in favor?
Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Not voting, opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Next one is 2025-27 TLE drawdown, 2,500,000. Motion? Second, Lila, question, Michelle. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Now we'll start on the budget and finance ones. The first one will be resolution 2025-28. Motion to approve. Mike? Second? Chris?
Then you can read it.
Budget and finance. Gonna read it in? Who's gonna read it in for budget and finance?
I will.
Mike?
Yeah. Get myself up, in here. Starting with the fourth whereas, the Rosebud Sioux tribe submitted a successful proposal to the Bureau of Indian Affairs Tribal Resilient Grant planning for the Ochete-Sacoy Regional Collaboration. Whereas the BIA is requesting a scope of work which identifies deliverables, budget and budget justification, as well as a tribal resolution. And whereas the Sioux-Lakota Treaty Council held a meeting on July 16, 2024, and recommends approval of said resolution. Therefore, be it resolved that the Tribal Council hereby approves of the scope of work, budget narrative for the Sioux-Lakota Treaty Council, or Treaty Office, to administer the grant through the tribe's intact and Marcus, whatever that is. Be it further resolved that the salaries of the personnel line item are hereby approved as submitted, and therefore be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council hereby accepts said grant for the planning of the Ochete-Sacoan Regional Collaboration into the tribe's finance and accounting system as submitted and approved. Therefore, be it resolved.
Question? Or discussion? Question?
I can have a quick question. The one that we just passed, that petition, that was for the application, and now this one is for the budget. I was just wondering, it's the same amount for the tribal resiliency grant, that 202,500. So I was just questioning the relationship.
Mike, do you have an answer for?
I don't. Wayne? Just pass the book here.
Sorry, I just didn't have time to read everything, and I know we just passed that one on the petition resolution side, and I know that the number in here is the same, so I was just questioning, is this the second step thing that is approving it?
Last you were approving the budget, I think.
Okay,
More
so
than
the first
anything
one was
else.
just approving the application.
With this resolution.
First one's the application, second one is the budget.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay. Who's questioning? Notes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Next one is 2025-29. Any motion? Mike, second, Totes. Read it in, Mike, please.
Yes, I will, starting with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, Sioux-Oyate Land Office requests approval to submit proposal requesting one-time funding of $204,606.34 to the BIA to support the farm pasture mapping project under Public Law 98-638 Sichungu Oyate Land Office contract. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee recommends the Tribal Council approve the submission of a one-time funding proposal to the BIA on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Sichungu Oyate Land Office in the amount of $204,606.24. And whereas through monthly and other planning meetings, the Bureau of Indian Affairs Rosebud Agency has informed the Rosebud Sioux Tribe of the potential availability of one-time non-recurring funds in the amount of $204,606.34 for costs associated with farm pasture mapping project for the Sichungu Land Office as requested by the Rosebud Sioux Tribe, and therefore be it resolved.
Any discussion? Was on the other side too, wasn't it?
Clarifying question. On the farm pasture leases, are those under TLE? And I just want to ensure that all of our land offices are talking to each other and communicating. So I guess that's my question. Are the farm pasture leases under the management of Solo or TLE? And if they're under TLE, are we communicating to make sure that they're all going to collaborate?
That would be a question for someone on Land and Natural or Soul themselves to come down. Do you know, Mike?
Based on past practices, I'm assuming they're talking to each other about something like this because they're both they both have a role.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming, that.
I want to assume that too. I was just asking.
Yeah, no. Now, whether or not TLE is aware of, this,
Because my knowledge, the TLE
I don't know.
managed the farm and pasture leases and like BIA managed like range units. So I just wanted for clarification purposes.
the BIA is just providing the funding.
Thank
I would suggest that at your next Land and Natural, you can have it clarified at that point.
But I don't think it's something that we want to turn down.
No, definitely not. I just wanted to, because if not, then I was going to make sure that they are talking. So that was all. Thank you.
Ben, question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? Motion carried. Next one for Budget and Finance Committee is 2025-30 SRD to submit for CTAS grant.
Move for approval.
Motion by Mike, second, Totes.
Again, Madam Chair, starting with the 6th whereas, the following U.S. Department of Justice Coordinated Tribal Assistance Solicitation grant purpose areas will enhance the public safety, victim services, and youth services, and perpetrator accountability within the exterior boundaries of the Rosebud Sioux Reservation. Purpose area number 1, public safety and community policing, also known as COPS. The Rosebud Sioux, that's the title of the program. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe Law Enforcement Services application will consist of a request to fund a drug task force initiative on the Rosebud Reservation with an expected budget ceiling of $900,000 to implement a 36-month project. Purpose area number 2, Tribal Justice System Strategic Planning Program. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe Justice Department will apply for $150,000 in funding to engage in a 24-month comprehensive justice system-wide strategic planning to improve tribal justice and safety, including improving services for victims of crime, improving community wellness, and increasing the availability to prevent crime and to respond to violent crime, with the intent of developing a comprehensive strategic plan and the development of a tribal action plan as described in the Tribal Law and Order Code. Purpose over the other side. Purpose area number 9, Tribal Youth Project. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe will submit a Category 2 Cultivating Change Implementation Grant in the amount of $500,000 to support the implementation of a new tribal youth program for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to support program services and/or system improvements. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe approves and adopts this resolution and authorizes Sicango Resource Development to submit the application due on March 25th, 2025. Therefore, be resolved.
Question, Emily?
I was just calling for the question if there was none.
Okay, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. So in your folder should be for governmental affairs. Oh, you have some more? Oh, those are our budget and finance?
Yeah.
All right. We have a lot more budget and finance to get through. They're all different.
Yeah, okay.
I need to start with one packet at a time. That file, so you don't get.
Oh my God. Okay, I was wondering what it was.
You got it, Spanish.
Yeah, I know. Somebody make a motion to table. Chris, you gotta help me out with this one. My larynx is exhausted.
Thank you, Mike.
Give you, oh, yeah. First.
Next round.
Yes,
Next
for
round.
sure.
Lisa, Mike.
Oh, Lisa.
Is this emergency registration?
Maybe just last week.
What?
Then what, the committee didn't come here, somebody needs a meeting.
Does this require emergency legislation?
Yes.
I'll move for emergency legislation.
Mike moves for emergency legislation, second by Chris. Question by Lila. Motion to approve, Mike? Oh, I need a number first. Sorry.
All in favor?
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve,
Motion to approve? Question?
starting with the fourth whereas.
You have the number?
2025, 35. Second.
Yeah, let me just.
Starting with the fourth whereas, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Child Care Program has published a request for proposal numbered 2024-59 for the water main extension of the new child care facilities. Whereas the RST Child Care Program has selected Lake Creek Development Corporation from Martin, South Dakota. The RST Child Care Program received two bids from the request for proposals. Lake Creek Development Corporation had the lower of the two bids with a bid of $156,305. $305, excuse me. Lake Creek Development Corporation also claimed native preference. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe will utilize the funding source from the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Child Care Services Program fiscal year 2021 and/or fiscal year 2022 discretionary and mandatory funds set aside for direct child care services. Whereas the RST Tribe Ordinance number 94-125 requires a purchase of $10,000 or more requests requires the approval of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council. Therefore, be it resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the contract with Lake Creek Development Corporation for the water main extension installation for the new child care facilities. Therefore, be it resolved.
Question? Schultz? Oh, yeah. No, she was calling for the motion. You go ahead, Bob.
Okay. Who was, there was two bids. Who were the other bids? Anybody know?
She may have shared it with us, Robert, but I don't recall. Really.
I kind of like to know who the other bidder was, and if that there'll be more justification if they attach the bids to these resolutions, so they'll know who the other bidder was. And the Creek Development, are they pending Indian property? Are they Indian?
I wouldn't know because it went to
Apparently-
finance. They will have that.
Apparently, they do have Indian preference, you know, whether or not they're qualified, well,
And the other person dropped.
Yeah.
Schultz?
There was two bids. But the reason why they did go with Lake Creek is because the other person dropped out. That's what she had informed us, because the other one dropped out, so they had to go with Lake Creek.
Lila?
I would like to know in the future, when I'm gonna be, voting on a resolution, I would like to see the bids attached to any more programs that submit with bids.
Lila?
Just a follow-up on this, Lake Creek was 156,000 and the other, company was 207,000.
who was the other company?
RCS Construction.
If there's no more discussion, Schultz had called for the question. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carried.
Sorry, what was the count?
It was 15-2. 2 not voting.
Need a motion for this resolution? Emergency legislation, sorry. Second, Schultz. Question? Ben? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve, Mike? Need a number, Nicole?
2025, 36.
2025-36.
Second.
Emily, second. Go ahead, Mike.
So I got the right one. This is another child care.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, starting with the fourth whereas. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe Child Care Program has been awarded ARA Child Care Development Fund discretionary supplemental funds from the Department of Health and Human Services Administration for children and families in the amount of $250,000. Award number, and you see what the number is there. These funds are subject to a cap on administration of 15%. The establishment and maintenance of computerized child care information are not considered administrative costs and can be paid for with our discretionary supplemental funds. These funds include recommended uses for the following upgrading systems to align provider payments with private pay practices. Implementing grants or contracts for direct services, paying child care providers based on cost of providing care, lowering and waiving family co-payments, and reducing bureaucracy for families. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Child Care Services requests approval for the American Relief Act supplemental funds for budget period October 1, 2024 through September 30th, 2028. Therefore, be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves the budget of $250,000 for award number, and you see it there, Office of Child Care. This funding receives supports from the Department of Health and Human Services Administration for child and family. Therefore, be it resolved. And attached is a line item budget.
Any discussion? Tammy?
On the last, be it further resolved that the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Council hereby authorizes the tribal president or his designated official to sign and execute all applications and all documents thereof for the appointed contact for the grant. Can we amend that to say will be the program director of the RST Child Care instead of me?
I think perhaps the funding agency may require the name of the official. I'm suggesting that.
When do they require the name?
The point of contact, is that what we'll do?
Okay,
Content, yeah.
okay.
Just a official document? Pardon? Is this an official document? Should be a correction on it. Yeah.
This is further. Do you have a question? Question by Tammy, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 1.
Madam Chair, the next one, the business of the courthouse.
Yeah.
The one that says emergency legislation on top?
Yep.
I'll move for emergency legislation.
Mike, move for emergency legislation, second by Totes. Question by Lila, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed? 0. Not voting? 0.
Motion to approve.
2025-37.
2025-37, Mike, motion to approve.
Okay.
Second. Chris? Go ahead and read it in, Mike.
Starting with the seventh whereas, Sioux Resource Development has been assisting with the development of the RST courthouse expansion and renovation. The RST courthouse has a shortfall for their professional services of $138,134.54. The Sioux Resource Development is seeking transfer funding to assist with this shortfall to ensure the construction of the facilities will be expedited. Whereas Sioux Resource Development would like, there's a spelling error there. I left off the MENT, would like to recommend the transfer of Public Law 638 BIA aid to tribal government funds from contract number, you see the number there, in the amount of $79,074.85 to the RST Court, and additional transfer from DCSC funds allocated to SRD under 638-105 projects development in the amount of $59,059.69. Therefore, be it resolved. And there's a budget attached.
Any discussion? Emily, question? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Thank you, Council. Motion for emergency legislation, Mike?
I'll move for emergency legislation. This is the one that deals with the 8x10 addition to the
Second by
existing
Totes.
Arrowhead Start Center.
Second by Totes, question? Lila, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Number? 2025-38. 2025-38, Mike?
Move to approve.
Question, second, Emily? Go ahead, Mike.
Starting with the fourth, whereas the Sichango Lakota Oyate Head Start program is requesting approval for Environmental Energy Solutions, that's the name of the company, to complete a 8 foot by 10 foot addition to the Arrowhead Start Center in the amount of $34,018.33. Whereas the bid advertisement requested to construct an 8 by 10 addition to the existing Arrowhead Start Center is to include foundation, windows, heating, cooling, light fixtures, doors, and include labor cost and materials. And whereas the Head Start Policy Council approved the selection of environmental agency solutions for the Arrowhead Start Edition in the amount of $34,018.34 on January 16th, 2025. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee approved the Environmental Energy Solutions in the amount of $34,018.34 on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025 at a duly called meeting with a quorum present. Therefore be it resolved. And I'm taking that they were the only bidder.
Any discussion? And that does have a bid on it, Bob?
There is a budget and a bid amount.
Have a question? Chris? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carries.
Okay, the next one deals with the Head Start Food Warehouse Edition.
Second? Totes? Question? Lila? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Number?
Motion to approve.
2025-39, motion to approve by Mike, second by Emily. Go ahead, Mike.
Fourth, whereas the Sichango Lakota Oyate Head Start program is requesting approval for Environmental Energy Solutions to complete the Head Start Food Warehouse Edition in the amount of $36,469.33. Whereas 2 quotes were submitted for the advertised bid request. 1 quote from the Environmental Agency Solutions in the amount of $36,469.33, and the second quote received was from Antelope Creek Contracting in the amount of $59,800.11. And whereas the bid advertisement requested to construct a 20-foot by 22-foot addition to Head Start's existing food storage building with insulated walls, roof, and 2 exterior doors to include labor and material costs. Whereas the Head Start Policy Council approved the selection of Environmental Energy Solutions in the amount of $36,469.33 on January 16th, 2025. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee approved the selection of Environmental Energy Solutions in the amount of $36,469.33 on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025 at a duly called meeting. Therefore be it resolved. And all the supporting material is attached.
Any discussion? If not, any other question? Alvin? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried. Is there other?
This is the last
The
one.
next one deals with the approval for Antelope Creek Development to complete work on the Arrowhead Star Center.
Have a second? Coates? Question? Layla, all in favor?
So just for the record, I'll move to approve.
You're welcome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
0.
Carried.
Starting with, I'll move to, excuse me, starting with the fourth whereas.
2025-40. 2025-40, Mike?
Okay.
Second? Emily?
The Head Start program is requesting approval for Antelope Creek Contracting to complete Arrowhead Start Center renovations in the amount of $51,445.77. And whereas 2 quotes were received for the advertised bid request, one quote was from the Environmental Agency Energy Solutions in the amount of $101,053.78. And the second quote received was from Antelope Creek Contracting in the amount of $51,445.77. Well, that's quite a difference in the bid amount. Whereas the bid advertisement requested to renovate the center to include drywall, painting, flooring, 2 bathrooms, kitchen cabinets, countertops, plumbing, light fixtures, joists, and labor material costs. And whereas the RST Head Start Policy Council approved the selection of Antelope Creek Contracting for the Arrowhead Start Center renovations in the amount of $51,445.77, January 16th, 2025. Whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee approved the Antelope Creek Contracting for Arrowhead Start Center renovations on Tuesday, February 25th, 2025 at a duly called meeting with the quorum present. Therefore be it resolved. And that has all the supporting materials.
If there's no discussion, any question? Tammy? All in favor?
I don't know the difference in a bid.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Carried. You have some more?
Yeah, I have some more. No, I could-
Madam Chair, the next resolution is for the Safety of Dams program.
I don't have it.
The safety of management.
I have 2.
Yeah. Okay. So are we doing this one next?
Also, what this one is for the safety of dams budget for this fiscal year. The reason why it's a little late is because Doge put this program on temporary pause. And money was just released last week, so we want to get this obligated and draw down as soon as possible.
Move for emergency legislation.
Second by Coates. Question? Emily? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Number?
41.
2025-41, Mike, emergency legislation? Are you bringing it on, Mike?
Move for approval.
Yeah, move for approval.
Oh, I'm sorry, emergency legislation.
Emily?
Before we do that. Getting ahead of myself. Move for approval.
Yeah, Emily second.
Okay, pardon me, I'm kind of starting to slur my words. So. I haven't been drinking. Starting with the fourth whereas.
You're welcome.
No, starting with the third whereas, pardon me. The continuing operation and maintenance of the 10 high hazard dams is funded by the BIA and conducted by the RST Safety of Dams Office through Public Law 93-638, and there's a contract, big long contract number. And whereas the RST Safety of Dam Program has proposed the attached scope of work, budget, and budget justifications to support the submission of a 638 contract proposal for the safety of dams operation and maintenance O&M funding totaling $327,000 under Fund 12-500 Dam Maintenance of Safety Dams, work on Sully 2, Ghost Hawk, D-Dog, Indian Scout, Parmalee, Ponca, Ring Thunder, Rosebud, South Creek, and Antelope Dams. And whereas the RST Budget and Finance Committee has recommended that the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approve and authorize the submission of a Public Law 638, probably should say application, for the safety of dam operation and maintenance funding totaling $327,000. Therefore, be it resolved.
Have a quick comment. I don't want to hold up the passing of it, but I just wanted to mention that Land and Natural, there was a motion made that we go by calling Rosebud Dam Spotted Tail or Sukegleshka, or that was the original name that was never changed, so just for note.
Well, I would think that that's going to have to be, we're going to probably do that by resolution or something because it's a funding thing, you know.
Yeah, and so I don't want to jeopardize this or funding, so I'm not trying to amend it because it might jeopardize that, but I just wanted to note that that was a recommendation from the Safety of Dams Director and the committee.
Thank you, Emily. I need a question.
Spotted Tail Dam, or Spotted Tail Lake.
Tammy? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
Okay, Madam Chair, the next one is Resolution 2024-55. It needs to be amended.
Motion by Mike, second.
Emergency legislation.
Totes, question?
And Mike, when you're reading
Lila?
it, Mike, when you're reading there, it's $15,000 added to the 300, so it should be a total of 315,000.
315,000? Okay, oh yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah.
So amended to 315,000.
Yeah.
Mike, can you read the motion in, please?
Okay, starting with the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 resolution, sixth resolution for that. 6, whereas the purpose of RST ordinance number 8812 is to implement Article 4 of the Constitution bylaws of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe to appropriate the efficient allocation of resources to meet tribal needs and provide public service. That's a nice little statement. Whereas the U.S. Department of Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs Regional Office has notified the President of the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council of the availability of budget modification 3 of a $15,000 increase to $300,000. I'm assuming that it was $285,000.
No.
Oh.
The new amount should be 315,000.
Oh, 315. Oh, I got you. Okay. $315,000 for the cost overruns of the new Rosebud Safety of Dams building. Whereas the BIA notice of funding availability requests the submission of a scope of work, budget and budget justification to reflect the amount of funds available. And whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Safety of Dams program has proposed the attached scope of work, budget and budget justification to support the submission of 638 contract proposal for construction and materials for the construction of a safety and dams building to provide office space and climate-controlled environment for the storage and maintenance of safety of dams equipment, and therefore be it resolved. And there's a correction to the on the second page of the therefore be it resolved that amount needs to reflect $315,000. And there's documents, supporting documents attached.
Any discussion? Call for the question. Bill? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not one.
1.
0-1. Okay, looks like the next one we have is from the IT department for general operations to replace and update the telephone system on a sole source basis out of LATC funds.
Yeah, the council members, about 10 days ago, our system went down. So our main server was called worn out, and Golden West is the sole provider of that. You need to buy that server, plus you need to buy 40 new phones. A lot of our old phones are compatible to the new system. And I'm proposed, normally these renovations like this would come out of our general operations indirect costs. But because we're having such a cash flow problem with the indirect cost, I'm recommending that we pay for it out of our LATC funds.
Okay. Can they operate now without being fixed, or does it have to be fixed?
They're operating now, but it could go down at any time again. So.
Does it need to be done like right?
Yeah, no, it should be done right away. I mean, because it was down about 10 days ago. They kind of band-aided it together, but it could go down at any time. So we need a new server. And in order for the new server to accommodate the phones, we need new phones.
Any movers for emergency legislation?
I'll move.
Motion by Mike, second by Chris, question by Mary. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not one.
3.
Motion to approve.
What's that number? 2025 42. 42. Motion by Mike to approve. For a second. By Chris.
With Wayne's explanation, starting with the sixth whereas. The RST Budget and Finance Committee met on February 25th, 2025, and recommends that the Tribal Council approve the RST General Operations Department acquisition of services from RST Information Technology Department, quote, 1001917 in the amount of $32,347.52 to replace an update of telephone system for the Rosebud Sioux tribe on a sole source basis from the following funding source account: U.S. Treasury Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund fiscal year 2024. Therefore, be it resolved that the RST Tribal Council adopts and approves and authorize the payment of, quote, 001917 in the amount of $32,347.52 to replace and update the telephone system for the RST Rosebud Sioux tribe on a sole source basis from LATC funds. Therefore, be it resolved. Who's the supplier?
Golden West.
Should we note that in here? Or is it necessary?
Yeah, we should say that it's Golden West.
After the amount, quote 001917 for the amount of 32,000 paid to Golden West.
Yeah.
That sounds fine.
Okay, as amended.
As amended, yeah.
Sorry.
Didn't we see a quote from Golden West as well? Because this is just IT's quote.
That quote is from Golden West. That quote there, that IT submitted, that's from Golden West.
I suppose there's some reason for wording it that way, right?
What do you mean, Mike?
through IT program and direct, you're going with, I don't know. Anyway, we all understand, so.
As amended, question. By Bill, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
1, 2, 3.
Not voting.
2, sorry.
This is the last resolution that we have, and I believe that ARPA submitted this to the Budget and Finance last week, and what this is the ARPA is requesting to amend our existing procurement policy so that they don't have to advertise for these, their supplies all the time. And what they're asking for is that for any transactions under 25,000, that my office has the approval like it does now. But any transactions from 25,000 to 125,000 be approved by tribal president, tribal treasurer, and budget and finance committee. And then anything over 125,000 requires a council resolution. Right now, what our policies say is that anything over 25,000 has to have a resolution.
Wayne,
Are you gonna bring it on as emergency legislation?
yes, I will. I will move to bring it on.
Yeah.
I know there are the questions.
Do you have me as a question?
I don't feel comfortable with this resolution simply because we have a lot of questions about ARPA and our questions go unanswered a lot of times. And I know there's stuff in the past that had occurred, so I would motion to table this.
Second.
I have a question.
We have to vote on the motion to table.
Yeah, me and Trey tell the motion.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear the second.
Tabling motion.
Oh, no, I didn't hear that. We got a second already.
No second. So there's no second, motion dies for the tabling.
Okay, now I need help here. I think they may have explained the reasoning behind this request, Wayne, but I don't recall. Does it have to do with give them more flexibility in buying materials?
Right.
I seem to think that's something along those lines, yeah.
So I need a second for the motion for emergency legislation. Chris, question? Need a question? Votes, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
2,
No, I'm not opposing. Sorry. I just have a question.
15, and 2 not.
Two not voting.
2 not voting. 2 opposed.
Yeah, 2 votes.
2 opposed.
One not blanket.
15.
In the past, the council had a resolution like this, only it was for $250,000. And then when the money first became available, I believe that the council gave the chairman that authority up to 250. And then after a while, they took it away from the treasurer and then they gave it to the Budget and Finance Committee for a while. And then he took it from the Budget and Finance Committee and gave it to the council. And like right now, it's unclear who that ARPA committee is, whether it's Budget and Finance or Economic Development. So all ARPA wants to do is try to clarify that because it's been changed so many times.
Okay, so shouldn't we discuss that
Yeah.
before we pass this? Do I arm wrestle with the chairman of the Budget Economic Development Committee or?
That was just to bring it up as a resolution. You didn't approve it yet.
So now you need a motion to bring it on the floor with 2025-43, a second, and then discussion.
I'll move.
What was that number? Sorry.
43.
2025-43. I need a second. Votes. Discussion?
Still waiting.
Okay, Michelle, now you.
I'm sorry, I thought we were passing this whenever. But on here, it says that these, I guess I should have let him read it in first, but then wondering, since none of these approvals are going to be coming through council and the treasurer and the president's going to have, wondering if we can get updates to treasurer's report as far as, expenditures on it.
Sure. And again, it's just for expenditure between 25 and 125, and it does require the approval of the president, myself, and the budget and finance. And if anything over 125,000 requires a council resolution.
Okay, so can we just get a update
Sure.
from you in your report?
Sure.
As far as this goes?
And it's a lot easier for me now because Cecilia is working for us now, and she's going to get all the financials, and she's right in my office now.
Actually, this clears up a lot of confusion and does lay out the, the duties in,
We just need to read it in.
expending these funds.
Okay, Mike, gonna read it in?
The treasurer's involved in a certain, at a certain level, the president, tribal treasurer and committee or budget finance committee are involved in another at another level. And then finally, the council is involved in anything over 125,000. So that's an improvement over the way it was before. It was kind of confusing.
Mike, are you gonna read it in?
I will read it in.
2025-43. Need a second? Chris? Okay,
Starting with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The seventh whereas. Whereas to facilitate the efficient use of ARPA funds, the ARPA office requests an amendment to the existing procurement policy to include the following revisions that will remain in effect until the end of the federal deadline, December 31st, 2026. Transactions, number 1, transactions from 1 penny to $24,999.99 shall be subject to approval by the tribal treasurer. Number 2, transactions from 25,000 to 125,000 shall be subject to approval by the tribal president and the tribal treasurer and the budget and finance committee in that order. Number 3, transactions of 125,000 and above shall be subject to approval by the tribal council. Whereas these amendments will help expedite the procurement process and improve the tribe's ability to implement critical projects, including housing, infrastructure, and economic development activities, while ensuring compliance with applicable laws and funding guidelines, and therefore be it resolved.
motion for approval. Question, sorry. Chris? Yeah. I just need a question.
Mike or Chrissy second on emergency legislation, and Mike made the motion to approve and both seconded it. Right, Madam Secretary? Yeah.
Okay. Question by Chris, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Okay.
Opposed? 1, 2.
Not voting?
0. So then raise your hands.
Thank you, council. That's all the resolutions I have, but whenever it comes to my report, we need to address those programs funded under the casino budget. We only have $2,500 available in the casino budget. So that needs to be talked about and addressed.
Yeah, listen up. This is important. Wayne, turn your mic on a little bit.
But anyway, council, as you all know that, certain programs were budgeted under the money we were supposed to receive from the casino. But because of what's happening with the casino, we haven't been getting any money. Right now, we only have $2,500 left in that casino account. And we have like 4 programs that are funded out of that. And in order to operate those programs until the end of the fiscal year, it's going to cost about $500,000. We're talking about veterans, talking about dialysis ambulance, and we're talking about elderly nutrition, part of elderly nutrition. One more small one. Protective feeding. Protective feeding. That was the other one. If the council doesn't take any action, those programs will have to be moved off. If there's no money. So what I'm recommending the council do is pass a motion moving those programs under the general account. And then having my staff do a cash flow, and on the 12th when we meet, we'll have to reconsider and amend our general account budget. But the purposes for right now, so we don't have to lay them off, I'm requesting that a motion be made moving those programs under the general account.
Okay,
I'll make that motion.
need a second? Michelle, question then? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Opposed? 0.
Not voting?
0.
Motion carried.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, council.
Yes, Mike?
Yeah, keep in mind that what Wayne is proposing is just a temporary fix to keep the programs functioning for now. We're gonna have to find the money to carry them through the end of the year. Now, and $500,000 is a lot of money. And I'm informing you of this because our budget's already tight. And whatever Wayne will and the committee will come up with an arrangement, hopefully. But just keep that in mind, as a and I say this, so you're aware of any financial decisions you want to make between now and then. These are critical, guys. We're getting into big bucks now. You got to think before you act when it comes to spending money from here on out. Be careful. Be cautious. I mean, be responsible. Sorry, but that's the way it is.
It is getting very, very critical, but with all of this, with this moving around now and shifting things, are the communities still gonna be able to get their allocations with all of this coming down?
Yes.
And then if there is no objection, we have a director here that would like to say a few things.
Any objection? No objection?
Oh, good morning, council. Thank you. My name is Melissa Eaglebear. I'm the jail administrator. And I've been working with 638 programs collectively with 2 different programs for about 17 years. And there's currently a budget freeze, right? You guys enacted a budget freeze, including travel. But I haven't heard anything recently from this body to cut your spending and your travel. Just to let you know that budget freeze is important. I agree, because we don't know what's to happen the next few months. And the recent issues that have been coming up within the Bureau, closing of whole offices, whole programs. Last week I heard council approve of a lawyer to deal with your personnel issues. So I'm urgently requesting a lawyer to assist us 638 programs to strategize and plan to address all the impacts that the BIA is having right now. I don't want them to affect us. And they shouldn't. They should not impact the tribes because we're 638. So if they're closing those offices down at different BIA agencies, that should have no impact on us. But I promise you it will, unless you do something now. So I'm urgently requesting from this body, a lawyer. If you're gonna get one for personnel issues here, I want one too. I need one. We need one. We need to start strategizing today. So it doesn't affect direct services. So we don't have to close programs down. Because I promise you it will. And the other thing is I highly recommend considering this local agency. If they're closing, Sisseton and Eagle Butte or these other agencies down, what's to say they're not going to do that to Rosebud? And how is that going to impact us in our direct services? This council needs to know that. You need to know and understand those things so we can maintain our services, so we can continue operations. But as a program director for 638, that's what I'm requesting from you guys today. The other thing is just a reminder that motions don't override the Constitution. And there were some unconstitutional motions made the last few weeks here, and they're very scary for me. I'm a program director and I deal with personnel issues every single day. And my supervisor is the tribal president. And I promise you, I won't come to you guys. You guys are legislators. If I have an issue, I'm gonna go to my supervisor. And I highly recommend other program directors who are listening to that, follow that and respect the Constitution, because I respect it and I rely on it. And I come to you guys if I need help with legislation, with funding, with lawyers. I need your help. And I'm asking you as a program director, because of the drastic changes that are being made right now today, last week within the federal government, to start working now. Give us a lawyer so we can sit down at the table. I don't know if other 638 programs will come, but I will be there. I will be there with that legal opinion, that legal support, and we can come back to you guys with legal recommendations. And this is where we go from here. This is how we protect 638 programs and how to keep our doors open. Because we need to keep our doors open. And what's happening within the BIA doesn't affect us, but it will. It will eventually. And over the 17 years I worked directly with the BIA, the only people who got hindered my progress was the BIA. The BIA continuously said, no, 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 I won't help you. When I had issues with funding and laying people off, not enough money to pay payroll, they turned a blind eye. Who helped me? You guys, the tribe. So remember that. When they're closing those offices down, they certainly didn't help me in 17 years with 2 different programs, working directly with them every day. And we're a tribal program. So when they come to you and they ask for help to save these different positions within the BIA and within that organization, think about that. So my goal is to keep those doors open. My goal is to not affect the tribe's services, because it's the tribal programs that keep this tribe moving. And I want to keep it moving because we're in trying times right now. And I want to be proactive. So if I can get a lawyer today with your guys' support, I will be at that table and I will do what I can to protect the tribe. So that's what I'm requesting from you guys today.
Mike.
We have an attorney, a law firm working out of our attorney general's office, right? Let's just start the conversation. Unless it's requesting a attorney, I mean, isn't that what we pay them for?
Yeah, we do. Our attorney general right now consists of a law firm, Peoples and Brigham, and they do have offices in DC and all over. So they are a pretty big firm. But as far as giving them work, I think this body needs to give them that work. So if you want them to be their lawyer, and they're willing to do it, you just have to tell them to work with them on these funding issues, these foreclosures. I know Eric has started that process. Eric has requested our copies of our 630 contracts and grants, particularly those that they've clawed back. So he's already starting to compile that. And I know he works really close with Blake, but again, before we can commit those funds, you guys have to commit them. I personally would recommend that you allow Peoples and Brigham to work with our programs and Eric to start that process. But also we have other law firms that the council and administration use. You know, we have GSB, which is what's his name? Anyway, we have that law firm, and then we have the OJ with the Colt program with Jennifer Weddle and that group. And then we have Mark Van Norman. His contract just expired, so we have to talk about renewing that. So, but those are available for you guys as use whenever you want to. So some of the council use GSB, some of the council use OJ, some of the council use Mark, but those are all available to do what we're talking about. But I would just recommend that for a specific lawyer, our law firm, because we already got them hired for that you allow them to work with our programs to address what Melissa's talking about.
Are we involved in assigning them their duties? I mean, do we have to? Isn't that something we direct administration to do?
I'll let Eric answer that for you.
Emily has a question first, and then Ben.
I can wait till Eric if you want to give your response first.
What about you, Ben?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Eric.
Good morning. I wanted to say that first. So what I've discussed with Blake Follis at Peoples and Bergen is with some of our funding agreements, they're enforceable contracts. And so I asked Wayne if we could start gathering all our funding agreements, because those funding agreements are enforceable in federal court. So, and I didn't catch the conversation that Melissa just, her presentation, because I was on the phone with Wayne Frederick, so I didn't catch all of it. But what I would request is if you give, or council makes a motion to give Peoples and Bergen some authorization to begin work on reviewing the funding agreements and looking at options for enforcement of those funding agreements, so we're not getting cut off on our funding. I'd rather have something from a motion from council.
Can I add?
Go ahead, Emily.
Thank you, and thank you for that, Eric. I just wanted to add, because this has been a conversation that's been going on a lot of our committees level, and we just haven't got to those committees on our agendas yet. But for example, Health Board's been requesting legal opinions, I guess, and legal advice. And there's a couple other, I was trying to look through my notes to see a couple other committees that other departments are unsure of how they can also get that legal advice, since Eric is kind of council's rep. We have the EP that was kind of up in the air. So I'm just wondering if either there's already something gathered that we can get shared with that shows what our existing legal reps look like, what that is, because I really feel we need to have a sit down about who's already doing what, so that we can find out where the gaps are. Because for right now, like with our lobbyists, kind of had some duplications, but we also had some gaps that nobody was filling. And so for this instance, because we're trying to be smart with our spending, I'd really like to offer this for our department here, but I also know that it's going to be needed for other departments. And so yes, let's do this immediate need right now, but I'd really like to have a sit down, because if there's a way that we could bring on maybe 2 people that could help oversee a couple of the programs, like putting all of our courts and justice systems together, or putting our land systems together, or putting our education, I mean, healthcare. There's so many people right now that have been asking for that. I think one of the motions was, most recent was from Health Board, literally asking for council to have this discussion on legal representation. So I don't know if we can set a date now or have that now or what you guys want to do, but I just wanted to mention that it's needed from other programs as well. Ben?
And to help you with that conversation, my office is mailing out all of our lobbyists and all of our legal contracts to all of you. There's quite a stack, but you should be getting that in your email in the next day or two.
And that's what I was waiting for in order to give it to you, because I did a request to Wayne to get that information. Bye, Ben.
Okay, all right, thank you. I guess for me, I'm just kind of curious. I know she's come to the several committees to try to request that information even prior to what we're dealing with right now. And there was some issue discrepancies, because I did say that there were some ties, some strings that she had to go through the AG's office type deal. You know, now these are some of the things that, you know, we've had issues with. We all know that. But right now, I'm kind of curious: is that does law firm have information or have some understanding about 638 contracts? I mean, do they understand that stuff? Are they able to be able to apply it to our programs, you know, like the adult corrections. So these are things, I guess, that concern me, but at the same time too, is that I think we did hire somebody out there full time that's supposed to support this. Now, I know I had the pros and cons of hiring a lawyer for most of our programs, because again, they do need to get represented somehow, some way, because they have a lot of legal questions as far as, like, you know, their funding sources and a lot of, I guess, red tape that they've been dealing with. So, you know, it's been, I think, a year now, and I know we've been here a whole year now, but we still haven't dealt with it. Now that the funding source is coming up and she is requesting some assistance legal, I mean, where can we get that? What direction can we put her in that? Because again, our AG department should have that understanding of all these, you know, funding sources, you know, our grants, you know, all these things that should be, I guess, understanding for them. But if they're just waiting for us to make that decision, then they should already be there anyways. And I think we hired a guy head on our full time right now. I don't know what he's doing. That's why I don't think we heard from him yet, but I would like to see that. This is all legal type situations that we're involved in, especially coming up here in March. I think we don't even know if we're gonna be able to, you know, get some funding for our federal or 638 program. So, but those are some concerns. I guess going back to my first question too, with the programs, I don't know if they're helping themselves out by going out there and looking for resources. You know, I mean, I know the Veterans Affairs has been under that casino grant, and then also, you know, having to come back in this situation. So I guess we do need to get a push somehow, some way, now that our funding is being jeopardized right now. So those are just my concerns, and I would like to at least find out, maybe they have a recommendation of some law firm maybe or something that could help in the system. But yeah, they do need it right now because of what's going on in Washington. So those are just my concerns, Madam Chair. Thank you.
You know,
We have lobbyists out there, lawyers or law firms that are lobbyists. Those lobbyists work with, they each have a group of tribes that they already work with. And whatever information we have, we need to get to those groups so that they can lobby for us like they all do. And all three of those groups are very capable. What we're lacking here is what Melissa is asking for and what Eric is asking for. We need to get our documents together, our data together, and our case together so that we can submit to these people so that as a collective, it's included in their arguments. That's what's missing right now.
Well, I'll make that motion then to allow that recommendation from Dr. Eaglebear and our attorney, our in-house attorney.
in a second. Emily? Question? Coates?
I had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michelle.
I was going to ask that question. I was going to ask, if we make this motion, is it going to specifically focus on that scope of work, or can she use them for other things? Because she has been coming to judiciary with issues that she needs an attorney to address, and we just never had an attorney. We now have an assistant attorney general, but he has never even shown his face to anybody. We don't even know where he is or what he's doing, and she's still needing an attorney, and now she needs it for a different reason. So is the attorney that we're going to give her to use going to be used just for this issue that we're talking about, or can she use it for all of the other issues that she's having as well?
I can make an amendment to my motion that will allow 638 programs to use our attorney generals that we have in the tribe for whatever reason they need them for.
Okay, so then they'll have to do some kind of, like reporting back as far as billing and stuff, so we know what the tribe is paying out. Cause they're gonna bill for every time they contact them.
Yeah. I thought that was just for the big law firm.
Oh, goodness, if I could recommend, and just to go off on that, the only reason I said 638 programs was because there's a legal binding obligation within that contract that BIA has to uphold or the federal government with the tribe. And so that's already there, right? The legwork is there. So if there was an attorney to protect that, and if you're already paying the assistant attorney general, why can't he just get us together? Because he does have, it's in his job description, the attorney general's office, to know this stuff. It's not gonna take too much to understand and do research and know this stuff. So if your assistant attorney general, by the way, I did contact them, and I had to come up with an agenda of why he was able to talk to me. So maybe you guys can enforce that. Talk specifically about these, at least these AFAs with our 638s. Take a look at them and protect them. I think most urgently, that would be my priority. Because of the recent changes, every day it's different within the federal government. They could close Rosebud down today, right? Or OJS or whoever. As long as that contract can be upheld and protected, and we'll keep our services going. And that's what I'm requesting. You have an assistant attorney general getting paid, use them. I haven't seen them. So let's use our resources without overspending. But it's urgent. Like, I really want to sit at the table today, bring my AFA and say, how can we keep this going without them losing their jobs? It shouldn't affect us at all. It should not affect us. And I need a legal opinion to say it's not, and tell you guys it's not going to affect you, and this is what we should do. So that's what I would recommend.
So Chris, are you amending yours to just, are you still gonna put your motion through for her to have an attorney specifically for what she's asking for? Or are we gonna put it with our attorney general?
What did my motion say?
To approve, to allow the documentation by Dr. Eaglebear to work with, I have Eric on there, I don't know.
We got enough attorneys.
Yeah.
Eric over there knows more about our 638, the nitty gritty of our 638 programs than any attorney. 'Cause he's involved in every one of them in the early stages. So, let him coordinate.
To amend it to allow 638 programs to use our assistant attorney general, which I think would be good because he needs direction from us.
Yeah.
And it would give him, with the council motion, he would have that. Then start working on it.
I'll stay at that. What Eric's recommendation was to help them out.
So did you get it?
Go ahead and read it.
To allow the documentation by Dr. Eaglebear to work with Eric Antoine, and then allow the 638 programs to use our assistant attorney general. Okay, is that sound okay? It is kind
So
of.
it's amended to state that, so. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
I also have a question.
Thank you.
Can you, Madam Chair, speak with the Attorney General and direct him to make himself available? Because he has never come to committee, he's hard to get a hold of, and we've never even met him in person.
He came on Friday, Michelle, he's supposed to be here today.
Yeah.
I know. It should probably take some time.
I won't say a word. You only have to feed me.
I'll make a motion if there's support for that.
To maybe work with Eric on setting that up or something.
I would, and I would also like to know, like, we're in these times of crazy whatever, we do have experts here, but I understand, like, maybe they're at full capacity, and so I don't know if this is the appropriate time to talk about that, but does our internal, like Eric's office need support and staffing? Like, maybe it would be better to put some funds in that office and have some assistance versus trying to bring all of these high paid outsiders in who are gonna have a learning curve and things like that. But if there's support, I'd really like to move to set up that kind of,
That kind, like you said, have a sit down with the health and justice and land and education system to see where each one is.
I'll get my.
And maybe just have Eric.
Because any of our
for all that.
program directors that are in Dr. Eagleware's position should have that resource, should have somebody to sit down with and these are our concerns. Can you help us plan for, you know, whatever? And it might not have to be a lawyer, but I think in this situation it would help.
I think just to sit down, just to see where you are, then you can go up from there.
So you want to make that motion? You want to?
Yeah.
No, it's new.
I also just wanted to recognize my role as council rep, and so I don't know how that works, you know what I mean, since there's
I
staff.
think it would be if you can ask Eric to just kind of, because you talked about putting the health, justice, land, school under the 638 program, you know, 638 funded programs together and have a sit
I
down.
was just trying to think of like umbrellas, like there's lots of education programs and lots of land programs. If we could get them, you know, somebody assigned to them or somebody, anyway, some pathway for them to have this resource. Or legal conversation.
And that's why it'd be good to have them all come here and meet with us. And because a lot of these lobbyists and attorneys were selected to be here before any of us, some of us were even in this council.
Yeah, but kind of back to the point of like, where Rosebud first, like if we could have our internal meetings and then we can share that with the lobbyists and share that with the people who are gonna be our voices. But I would just like to give that opportunity to our local programs or.
Let's, we just have Eric look at each one of those areas and then come back to us with something. You can look at their contracts and see.
Well, I have been kind of be available for committee meetings when they have legal questions, but if there's some specific issues we need to review, then if you can give me a list and which program directors you want me to have discussions with on their needs, I could do that, start on that. You know, that's
Let's do it that way then.
building the case for enforcing our funding agreements is we have a limited amount of time before, you know, this continuing resolution for current federal funding expires on either the 14th or the 17th. And I wanted to get something going on enforcing those funding agreements before we run out of time on that. Because from what I'm hearing, it's probably going to be at least a month long. The federal government shuts down, so we need to make sure we have some efforts to make sure that we continue to get our funding, you know, during that shutdown, maybe, and after. So that should be the priority. The other stuff, you know, if it's related to the funding agreements, then they can send me their funding agreements. We can include them in building the factual base, building our case. But in the meantime, some of the other stuff, I think it'll be, you know, it'll have to wait till after we figure out how we're going to handle enforcing these funding agreements, because I think that should be the primary priority for, you know, to making sure we continue to function as a government.
Yeah. I have Tammy, Combs, Mike.
With what Council Representative has said earlier, I would like to see that contract with, or whatever agreement that you had made with the Assistant Attorney General after our break. And the other thing too is if he doesn't show up, I would like to reconsider his contract because he's been here since December. We haven't seen from him. We keep getting excuses from him, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then another issue that I would like to hear from Eric is you had stated earlier that you do not make these decisions for the attorney generals, that you give them to him and that you would call him in here and let him explain. But still, something like that, I mean, I was listening to it. But anyway, the story here is the question that I have. Eric, whenever you make those determinations for issues to go to the Attorney General, are those directed to you to get done, or?
They're in the ordinance, what his authority is supposed to be. That's why I asked for a specific council motion on enforcing these funding agreements. And we'll use whatever legal resources we have available to start building the case on those, whether it's the Assistant Attorney General, whether it's Boyd. I think we need to gather our facts and discuss some options for a legal strategy, making sure we get our access to our federal funding. 688 programs. So that's why they discussed this with me. We should start getting together all our records, all of our funding agreements, all our 638 programs, look at enforcing. That's why I wanted council to authorize it. You know, I want it to be clear that this is a council directive. We're not getting who authorizes it, who doesn't. You know,
Yeah.
I'd rather have council.
I
think
understand
that's-
that,
that should
I
be-
understand that on the funding part, but listening to what Madam Chair had said earlier, I guess it just doesn't make sense. I mean, someone's gotta be calling the Attorney General, and she's saying that she gives it to you to do it, and then, so, I don't know here, I guess I'm just a little bit confused because they're not supposed to take any action without, council approval, so.
I haven't spoken to both for us.
Okay.
Okay.
Votes.
We got 2 weeks left before the shutdown. We've known about this, you guys. We better get something going. We better get something moving. Maybe we should be meeting every day. Because right now we're failing the people by not having these meetings and by not, we should be out there informing them of everything. And we all should be communicating with one another. We don't hear from each other sometimes for 10 days, 6 days. We're failing the people because we should already have a plan in place. And sure, it's been changing, but you know what? We should be able to get a plan in place, changes the next day, then let's change that plan. But right now, even with our, directors, we should have been setting them down at the table and we should have been helping them and finding out what direction they're going into. So we got a lot to do in 2 weeks, people. Thank you.
Mike? Mike and then Michelle.
My question is to Wayne. Wayne, the last time, and I realize it's in a different administration, the last time there was a funding freeze, over the years.
Talking about a funding freeze, or talking about a shutdown?
Oh, shutdown, excuse me, yeah, shutdown. Did that affect everything, including essential programs like law and order, operation of the jails?
No, I mean, there have been several different shutdowns over the
Right.
last years.
In the past,
So
we have.
sometimes Congress, when they do a government shutdown, they'll authorize emergency spending, and they do this almost all the time. So law enforcement's on board, our healthcare can continue to operate, and that kind of stuff. They almost always do that, so, but my big concern is how it's gonna affect the financial systems that we have to go through to get our funds. The BIA side of it, it's not so critical. It's the ASAP system, and we're able, as soon as the funds are awarded, we're able to draw those down. But under some of our bigger programs under HHS, they use what's called the PMS system. It's a payment management system. Under that system, they're all grants, so we can't draw down any more than what we can spend in 5 days. So during a government shutdown, if we don't have access to those, then I'm concerned about some of our bigger programs. Head Start has a payroll of like over $5 million, $6 million by itself. I mean, 600,000, by itself, not millions, 600,000 by itself. So we're only going to be able to sustain those for maybe a month or two, unless we have access to those systems. So in all my discussions with all my lobbyists, with all of our lobbyists, that's one thing I've asked them to do is keep on guard how the government shuts down, to make sure they keep these systems open for us.
And in the past, do you have a recall of, how long do these shutdowns generally last?
I think the longest one I remember is about a month.
About a month.
Yep.
Okay, now, we've kind of discussed this scenario before. And when it comes to essential services, like the jail, like law and order, if there is a shutdown and funds are frozen, then it's imperative for us to be able to fund these essential services. I mein, we don't want our jails can't shut down, otherwise we'll have to turn all the prisoners loose.
And again,
The police department's got to continue to function. That's the reality of it. You should not dismiss the discussion about, do we have money to weather a shutdown if funds do get cut off for those essential services?
for,
We like it or not, and we can jump up and down and howl all we want, but if they shut it down, it lasts a month. And Melissa can't draw funds down to operate the detention facility up there, or the police department can't get paid. We're gonna have to step in. And we need to know what the amount of money it's gonna take to do that. And right now, we do have some funds available. And so we need to be prepared for that scenario. Now, I know Wayne has scheduled a meeting. It was scheduled for tomorrow, to discuss these kinds of things. But now it's probably going to have to be postponed. But just beware of that. You got to think along these lines, guys. Lobbyists, lawyers, and all that, they're not going to save us from what happens during a shutdown. The only thing we got to go by is how traditionally they usually last. And these shutdowns, the only positive thing about it is these shutdowns affect everybody. And that responsibility weighs on the House of Representatives and the Senate, because it affects, their constituents and their districts too. So worst case scenario could be a month, might only be 2 weeks, but either way, bills got to be paid.
as far as the tribe's essential services, those are primarily funded through 638. Our law enforcement, our corrections, our ambulance, all those are funded through 638, and they're under the ASAP system. So most of those funds are already drawn down. So, but our bigger programs under Health and Human Services got Head Start, you got childcare, and you have some big programs that are funded on it. Those are the ones that I'm concerned about if they don't keep those systems open.
A lot of the fate of those programs rests with the budget.
Correct.
And the budget is integral. If it's not approved by a certain date or that hasn't been agreed to, then there's going to be a shutdown.
Yeah, there's two different issues here, Mike. One is the shutdown. If it shuts down, we don't have access to the system. That's one.
Right.
The other is on the 14th or sometimes soon after that, they are going to pass a budget. If that budget includes a 30% cut, which they're all after, that means we're only going to get 20% more than what we receive now to operate the rest of the fiscal year.
There you go.
Because we've already received half our money. And that's the other thing I'm concerned about. And that's where the directors have to get their pencils off and see where that 30% is going to get cut from.
And should that happen?
And all the directors did get a memorandum asking for their plan of what's going to happen in the event that the 30% occurs. Each director is already getting prepared for if they have to reduce, if they have to do any RIFs, how they're going to continue services to the people. That was the request that I put to all of them, is to get us that information for me to present at our next council meeting in March. So they'll all have a plan. They're all working on it already. They know who their essential staff are going to be, what it's going to take for their programs to continue, how they're going to still provide the services to the people in the event this cutback occurs. They had to do it during COVID. They had to make changes during COVID. So they're all basing a lot of their planning for what's going to be coming to this tribe and every tribe in the near future. They are getting prepared.
And that's all well and good, but I would think that we would all agree that law and order, all aspects of law and order probably are the most critical.
Michelle?
Right?
Just, asking for clarification on the motions that were made regarding the 30% budget decreases. Where do they send those to? Because it wasn't in the motion, and nobody ever really clarified where they need to go to.
Some of them are coming to my office, so Taylor's making a file for them. But you're right that there hasn't been a designation, so if everybody listening, if you could send a copy to the president's office, but a copy to me, so that I can have a file made for the council.
And with that, I'm gonna call us a recess so we can have our lunch. We have somebody invited to lunch. I think we're being rude by not doing that. Plus, we have people here that are diabetic and elderly. So I'll call us into recess for 45 minutes. Lisa's going to chair while I go find out if the schools are closing, so that we'll know whether or not we're gonna have council tomorrow. I mean, work tomorrow. So it looks like we have your resolution. We'll go ahead and start off on there. With governmental affairs. Who's on governmental? Did that text someone? Oh, I tried to send that into you. Sorry. Talking to everybody, yeah, the whole time. We have, motion to approve resolution 2507. There's a second. And Michelle. What are you doing? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Whereas the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Emergency Preparedness Program, RST EPP, and the RST Land and Natural Resources Committee have recommended to the Rosebud Sioux Tribe authorize a memorandum of understanding or MOU with the Todd County Emergency Management, TCEM, Todd County Commissioners, to authorize the RST EPP will take command during any major disaster or incident within the boundaries, and the TCEM will provide support and assist where needed during any such disaster. The TCEM will also serve as a liaison to the state, local, and non-tribal entities. And whereas each party shall indemnify and hold the other party harmless from and against any and all claims, suits, liabilities, obligations, damages, and expenses, including reasonable attorney's fees and expenses arising out of either indemnitor's performance or failure to perform in accordance with the terms of the agreement, maybe. And whereas nothing in this agreement shall be construed as a waiver of the sovereign immunity of the tribe in suit or any of its constituent parts as to any claim for damages, attorney's fees, or costs, regardless of whether any such claim arises out of the same transaction or occurrence, or in any other respect. And therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribe adopts the recommendation of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe Emergency Preparedness Program and the RST Land and Natural Resources Committee, and approves the proposed Rosebud Sioux Tribe Memorandum of Understanding MOU with the Todd County Emergency Management, TCM, and Todd County Commissioners. And finally, be it finally resolved that the president of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe is authorized and directed to sign and execute any and all documents on behalf of the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Any discussion? Oh, for the question. All in favor? Sorry, just a second.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
1, 2, 3.
14, 0, 3. Okay. Looks like the next one is Land and Natural Resources. Land and Natural Resources. Should be in your file.
Okay, copy that one.
I know, I don't have one either.
Lisa. I'll defer to Emily. I don't have one.
Your folder? Oh. I'm sorry. Did you get a resolution first?
Shoot from the hip on the list. The materials.
The resolution. Revenue Department.
I only have 2 from Land and Natural.
There's 5 of them on there.
There's 5 in mine.
How many have 2?
Asked them the other day.
The first one is water and sewer. Do you want to do that one?
That's the 2 that I have.
Which one?
USGS and Lake Creek.
This one?
Lake Creek and Aaron Swan.
Yep.
29,000. For the last two, we already did, so it's these next.
Dog. In the be, therefore be it resolved, there's a dog geological test and then USGS.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we did the last three already, remember?
Yeah.
We don't do for emergency.
Move for emergency, they're not.
Okay. I told question by Chris. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Oh, 0.
Pretty cold, dog.
What's the number?
Dog.
Yep, 2025 44. 44. Oh, you're not doing the revenue one?
Dog.
This is the HEDOG. For 13,000.
Fifth whereas.
Oh, we don't have it? Oh, motion to approve.
One pager.
It's a single page.
The date top 6325. Right, fine.
I'll just pretend to not vote. Wait a second.
Advertisement number 20.
Motion to approve by Wayne.
Yep.
Wait a second. By Mike. Did you find it, Em? Yes, thank you. Alright, go ahead, read it.
Number 5. Advertisement number 2024-60 resulted in 2 qualified bids. Lake Creek Development, $32,800, and Aaron Swan and Associates, $13,030. And whereas Aaron Swan and Associates at $13,030 was the lowest qualified and reviewed by RST Techro, RST Treasurer's Office, IHS, OEH, and Water Sewer. The Land and Natural Committee recommends the lowest qualified bid for Aaron Swan and Associates in the amount of $13,030 to the Tribal Council for approval. Now therefore be it resolved, the Tribal Council approve the committee's recommendation and directs the RST Sewer Revenue Department, Water and Sewer Revenue Department, change that, to proceed and award the HEDOG Geotechnical Services to Aaron Swan and Associates for $13,030.
Any discussion? Question? Bill, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
3.
What's on this one? I'll let you finish.
Okay, on to the next would be,
Finish and see when you're at.
the NOAA grant.
For the 178,000?
29,000.
Huh?
It's 29,000.
USGS?
USGS.
There was other revenue one.
That's the one we passed already.
We passed the last three already, last three?
Yeah. Move to bring on.
Thank you.
Emergency.
Thank you. Wayne, there's a second? I told. Question marks. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not one.
2.
Motion approved.
Move to approve.
By William, second, by Emily. By you. Is it 45? 45, I'm sorry, yeah, 45.
Start the third whereas. RST Resolution 2024-61 authorizes submission of an application to NOAA for funding that included $163,900 for the development of drought mitigation strategy for the Rosebud Sioux Tribe. Whereas funds have been approved by NOAA for NOAA for Rosebud Sioux Tribe to tune of $477,000, including the $163,900. Whereas an agreement between the description of work to be completed by USGS for $163,900 and a time frame has been developed. Whereas USGS will contribute $29,100 towards the development of the drought mitigation strategy attached. Whereas the attached agreement, including work plan and budget, were received by RST Land and Natural Committee and they have recommended approval to the tribal council. Now be there, therefore resolved that the tribal council approve the committee's recommendation and direct the tribal president to sign the attached agreement between USGS and Directed Water Resources Program for implementation.
Any questions?
For the team.
Any question by Mike? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting.
2.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did we pass the sergeant one? The 178,000 for the Rosebud rural water system?
Thursday.
Last Thursday we did. We already did that one? And the hunting season one too, we did already?
Yeah.
And the $2 increase.
And the $2 increase.
So these other ones are here.
At large. These ones? These ones, thank you.
And they were, okay, on the back page is the emergency legislation for Boys and Girls Club, American Corp, Vista member, and under their other section. If y'all found it, I need someone to bring it on as emergency legislation. Mike?
Which one is it?
It's under the other section in your file. It's the one for Boys and Girls Club, American Corps, Vista member. You need a second? Mike's bringing it on as emergency legislation. Chris? Question? Tammy, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion to approve 2025, what?
46.
46. Mike, I need a second. Chris? Read it in, Mike.
I'll start with the fourth whereas. Whereas the Rosa Sioux Tribe recognizes that the Boys and Girls Club of Rosebud is providing a valuable service to the community, guiding Native youth on their path to great futures, succeeding in school, becoming community leaders, prepared for the workforce, and engaging in regular physical activities and good nutrition as a means to address complex social problems that challenge our youth. And whereas the Rosa Sioux Tribe has an unprecedented opportunity to help Native youth to lead sustainable change while embracing their culture and traditions. And whereas the Rosa Sioux Tribe is committed to improving the capacity of Boys and Girls Club of Rosebud to serve more Native youth, more often and dramatically increase our impact throughout the placement of Boys and Girls Club. I see American Corps Vista member. And now therefore be resolved that the Rosa Sioux Tribe Council approves the support and creation of Boys and Girls Club of Rosebud. Be it further resolved, the Chief, Governor, President, Chairman of the Rosa Sioux Tribe fully supports the creation and sustainability of the Boys and Girls Club of Rosebud.
Any discussion? Emily?
Just clarification, this is just allowing a Vista member? Like, just for clarification, what is the resolution actually allowing? But I definitely support a Boys and Girls Club. I just wanted to make sure because and therefore or whatever.
So they can hire a Vista worker, right?
Right, that's all it is.
basically,
It's just be-
Hire Vista worker.
Vista gets supplemented through them and it doesn't come out of the Boys and Girls Club budget.
Do I have a question?
Yep.
Lane, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. The next one is, it's before. Is ResCo to utilize RST accounting manual, workforce goal, and personnel manual. I need someone to bring it on as emergency legislation. Tammy? Second? I need Chris, question? Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Motion carried. Emergency legislation motion to approve, Tammy, 2025-47. I need a second. Chris? Go ahead and read it in.
I'll start at the fourth whereas. The Rosebud Sioux Tribe has established the Rosebud Energy Services Company ResCo pursuant to RSC Resolution Number 2023-230 to operate as a charter established as a tribally owned corporation to conduct the development and operation of cost-based utility services, energy projects, and other utility projects, including but not limited to telecommunications, renewable energy, fiber optics, water, sewer, propane, natural gas, firewood, and solid waste. And whereas the Rosebud Energy Services Company recommends the RST Tribal Council to change the status from chartered company to a tribal program status for a limited period of time until ResCo is fully functioning and independent. Whereas the Rosebud Energy Services Company ResCo will utilize RST accounting software, RST accounting manual, RST workforce goal, and RST personnel policies and procedures, and therefore be it resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council approves and adopts the recommendation of the Rosebud Energy Services Company ResCo to establish an authorized tribal program status and utilize the RST accounting software, RST accounting manual, RST workforce goal, and RST personnel policy and procedures until ResCo is fully functioning and independent. And be it further resolved, the Rosebud Sioux Tribal Council authorizes and directs the president or the designated official to sign and execute any and all documents thereof.
Any discussion? Question? Oh, discussion or question?
I have a question. Just curious what happens to the board and all of that. Since they are chartered.
The board and everybody will still stay in place. They'll still act as a corporation, but because they don't have all of their, the policies that they need to have in place in order to contract, they're going to use our services until they get stood up. They have a lawyer on board. They've hired a consultant to establish a personnel, county manual for them, personnel procedures, all the stuff that's required in order for the contract. They're working on it now, but because they don't have it now, and that grant that we were given for the 12 million for that generation plant was given to them, they have to utilize our services in order to be able to administer it. And they'll use those until such time as they have their own systems so they can contract directly.
Okay. Tammy?
So question on that as well. So if they're chartered right now and they're going to become a program, they only have 3 staff over there.
Mm-hmm.
Are they planning on growing or what's the plan for that?
I'm sure they are, that they have some big plans, but it all depends on what happens with this funding.
Okay.
They have a series of prizes that they won. They have like $800,000 in prizes that they're using to stand up the corporation now. They were given this TEP planning grant, and they've hired contractors to do the plan and design for that generation plant in Mission. And they were awarded $12 million to build it, but right now that $12 million is kind of on pause. They're trying to take it back, so we don't know.
Okay.
I need a question so we can vote. Emily?
Mike has a question.
Oh, sorry, Mike. Sorry.
Wayne, given our indirect cost contract, with the government, is this going to complicate, are they going to pay an indirect cost?
Yep. Right now, all of these funds are like pass through, the same way that we use for, like for the,
So are we gonna be able to take indirect costs off?
yes. Yep. Yeah, we are. And Mike, if you remember, the same thing had to happen to Redco.
Yeah,
Redco was in existence for a number of years.
well, I understand the need, you know, but
Right.
I was just curious about that. It doesn't complicate, I throw a little monkey wrench into our indirect cost thing.
No, right now, the all.
But if they're gonna contribute, then not a problem.
Any question? Emily, did you question it? Yep. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Opposed? 0.
Not voting.
1.
Carried. The next thing on our agenda is committee at large appointments. Does everybody have the list?
I mean,
Is it you, Mike?
yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, I'm ready.
This is on the concept and first.
They can just see all of it. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Do that right now. Are we gonna put this fight?
Not alone, but.
Yeah. First one for the Veterans Affairs, it's 5 positions are open. We have 5 people that applied. Do you want to just seat those 5 or do you want to re-advertise?
Let's see them. I motion to seat them. See all 5.
Chris motions to seat them, second Emily, question Wayne. Our sergeant just walked out to get some Post-its.
Nicole, you look good right there. Count to 10.
It's gonna count.
There you go.
All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting, 0. 1.
Oh, 1, yeah.
All right, the next one's gonna be the Treaty Commission. We have 2 vacancies and we have 4 applicants. Basically, a vote for 2, top 2.
Secret ballot.
Secret ballot, top 2. Comments for top 2. Just give them all.
Give them all one. Just give them all one.
One?
Yeah, each time.
And make sure like Mike and those guys get different colors.
You guys wanna vote for? I don't have any more.
Yeah, we vote for the top 2. Top 2.
Vote for 2 and the top 2, get it? Yeah. Go.
We votes and might get different colored ones.
They're in meeting minutes sometimes.
Sir, I need someone to see that.
Who are you voting for?
Did you get one of these? Okay, you need to give him one of these.
Or Bob's always getting left out.
Sorry, sir. There we go. Here's a post-it.
But it.
Top 2 for the Treaty Commission.
I know that means. I don't know.
Those gonna use?
No, I just.
I don't
know how to do it.
Ready.
Let's write it down.
Alright.
So that.
It's on the application.
Yeah,
All right.
You're not gonna vote?
Last time you didn't have them, then they wanted them.
He's reading already.
Yes, I have them.
With the paper?
Okay.
Yeah. You gonna keep track? Okay. Oh, shoot. Wait, glasses on, some tiny writing. Ready? Dwight, Spotted Tail, Almona, Kills and Water. Pam and Dwight. Sean and Pam. Pam and Dwight. Dwight and Almona. Sean, Bordeaux, Pam. Dwight and Pam. Dwight and Pam. Dwight and Almona. Almona and Dwight. Dwight and Almona. Dwight and Almona. Almona and Pam. Sean and Pam. I won't say what somebody wrote. Dwight and Pam. Pancakes. Hey.
Dwight have 11, Almona is 7, Sean is 3, and Pam is 9.
So for Dwight and Pam. So I need a motion to see Dwight and Pam, Dwight and Pam. Motion by Wayne, second by Bill. Question? Mike votes. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed? Not voting? 4. Next one is going to be. Need a motion to re-advertise transportation. There was nobody that applied. Motion by Wayne, second by Charles, question by Emily. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
2.
Motion carries.
They said there's one on there, so they would drop.
They just put that there.
There's one position available, but nobody applied. It's two spots.
Yeah, it's supposed to be 2 at large.
One applicant. Why is it anyway?
You got a name there?
There's no name.
Yeah, there's no applicants.
Okay, the next one is SWA District 5, number 5, Black Pike, Burn Creek, Heat Dog, Parmley, Uppercut Meat. And we only have 3 applicants, so.
Top two.
You just need
Oh,
one?
top one.
Top 1.
Okay, so select one, okay.
Yep.
You said you select one.
Sorry, didn't mean to just grab it. I didn't see it, sorry.
Go. Thank you. Those ones are all yours.
Yeah, two more.
Oh,
You can give everybody.
I'll pass out some more. Just one at a time.
Give everybody two.
Yeah.
Say these steps.
I like to go to the steps.
Gee, that,
10,000.
somebody sealed this one.
Keep trusting CNN all the time. Oh, you can't
Yep.
read mine, huh?
All right.
What's he doing now?
First one, Eileen shot.
You still have it with that little committee.
Pretty really seal these. Thank you. Eileen. Carol. 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 Gerald. Carol. Eileen. Eileen. Carol. Carol. Eileen. Carol.
So Eileen had 5, Gerald 1, and Carol 10.
Motion by Michelle to seat. Second Totes, question Mike, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Opposed?
0,
Not voting?
2.
And then, this let the record be shown that I had to recuse myself. For the last,
Recused himself.
for the last name, so.
Okay.
Oh.
Next one is check road. We're picking pick two.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
On number 2, does he already sit on 2 committees?
I don't know, did you guys check?
And can we look at your, applications on this one?
I'll have one.
I mean, that's what it says. You're not listed on Google, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And the at-large records?
Yeah.
Okay. At-large, listed to at-large committees. I don't know, did you check all of them? Pardon? I'm just asking if you needed to check if any of them sit.
One more than, if they're out there.
Somewhat.
Okay. What are we doing? At this.
Okay, I'll set the peak. Okay, if they can be on, great.
Two says he doesn't.
Chris is on 2.
So number 1 says that he's already on TechRo. Is that, did he, his time expire and he's reapplying or?
Yeah, his term's expired. Him and number 4.
1 and 4?
Yeah, 1 and 4, they're already seated, but their terms are expiring.
Well, those are the seats that we're filling here.
Yes.
And they can be on 3?
2.
2?
Was number 2 out then?
Yeah.
So number 2 is out?
Don't vote for 2. They're not even listening.
Did you say vote for 2?
No,
Yeah, because regular sits on 2 commissions and our board, so.
I heard you guys.
He says no.
Huh?
We got the
He says none of them.
Number 2?
well, on this here, which ones are
He's on tax and res call.
He's on tax. tax and Risco according to
Number
the
two?
committees.
Well, look at
Red,
his.
red.
Yeah, he's one of the new members on there.
The date on here says 23.
Remember, we just put him on there.
So these aren't even up-to-date
Oh,
applications.
geez, yeah. Date of admittance, 9/20.
All of them or just that one?
This one's 24, 9/9/24.
The other one's 9/7/23.
Yeah.
There were some changes since then. So all of them?
Just because he thought you were
Just
prepared.
on
Let's do it. The ones that were previously on there, they transfer it, so they're not.
So pick two.
Yeah, the only updated ones are the last
That's 3.
three.
Yeah. So you need to pick two, but you can't select number two because he's already on two committees. Did you check the rest of them? Just make sure.
Yeah.
When did they meet?
We meet like that's
Over your coffee?
first Friday of the month. Yeah.
Like in the evening or?
No, 10
afternoon?
a.m. At 10 a.m.
10 a.m.?
Yeah.
Friday afternoon, Friday.
Professional? Yeah, it's once a month. So select two, go to the top two like we did yesterday.
Yeah.
Sure.
Then you have to pick these up too.
I actually looked them up.
Oh, that was just.
Yep. I got the screenshots ready, thank you.
What'd you say?
Don't listen to him.
Just kidding. Talk too fast.
I didn't share it.
Disagree to it.
Oh, really? Thank you.
It's on red school?
So it looks like it's not bad outside right now, but both Ted County and St. Francis have called off school for tomorrow. We'll activate EPP, but it'll be for snow removal only.
Sorry, they're all.
Unless they change, unless they change
Be a
it.
radical if I voted for number 2.
Cliff and Troy. Cliff and Travis.
Sorry.
Tiebreaker.
Yeah.
I didn't know. I turned mine in.
All spoiled out.
Cliff and Cliff and Pam. Should I read it now? Should I read it now so they know what you voted for?
Charles said.
Charles said, Troy and Cliff. Charles didn't say that. This one says 3 and 4. Troy and Cliff. Cliff and Travis. Travis and Cliff. Sean B and Pam. Sean B and Pam. Sean and Cliff. Cliff and Almona.
Turn the AC on now when you vote.
It's really hot in here.
Cliff and Pam. Travis and Pam.
That's 5 minutes of council, turn it down.
Cliff and Almona. Troy and Pam. And one on Cliff. That's it.
Sean had 3, Troy had 4, Cliff had 12, Mona has 3, Travis 4, and Pam 6. So it'll be Cliff and Pam.
Motion to seat Cliff and Pam?
Yeah.
Tammy, second. Michelle, question? Ben, all in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1. Speech.
Oh, it has to go to speech. Not that wordy. Next one is Resco. And you just pick one.
So we gotta be real loud too.
I was born in the month of.
What's your family history?
Yeah, I'm listening to him.
I didn't know Cakes was your middle name.
My Cakes.
Somebody wrote that on the post-it.
You didn't even take my vote from last time. It's still laying here.
Oh, no. Please give it to me.
Wayne asked and Michelle said no, she already picked it up.
I thought she did. I didn't even see it sitting there.
Real hardcore though.
Even about it.
There might be a tie. Please hand them to me.
Does everybody have them in?
Michelle, what did they count you out?
Got removed already?
Ronald.
You got me moved already.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Michelle.
Ron. 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 Ron.
Put your glasses. Some of them are really sealed up good.
Sean. Where'd it go? Ron.
Oh, yeah.
Sean.
Clear, Sherry.
Ron.
Oh, I didn't vote.
Sean.
It's like my colleague.
Ron.
Oh, I guess they got.
Sean. Ron. Ron. And Sean.
We run with 11.
Motion to seat, Ron. Michelle, Wayne, and Toles. All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
I'm not voted in, so she's back.
I know she
Pretty 6 feet of later.
I don't care.
A little bit.
12-6. Mike, 12-6. 12-6. No, I mean, did we vote to see?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what that was. I don't have the vote count on our.
vote?
1701.
Yeah, it's gone.
1701 to see them. Mike.
Madam Chair, I indicated earlier I'd like to be excused.
Okay.
Everybody okay with that? Yeah, get out of here.
No, you
Mike said there's a storm coming, he wants to go home.
Okay, next we're gonna do the minutes for approval. That's in the front, they're in the front of your packets. Pam, hold on to your hands.
Storm?
Madam Chair,
They must not come out. Just tell us and look into it.
before we get into this, can I just make a few reminders from when we met last week? This is Dr. Seuss week, so everyone is invited to go read at the Head Start centers. And then, on March 10th, Antelope Community is doing a shelter training with the American Red Cross, and it's open to anybody on the 10th. Thank
Do they
you.
have flyers or something we can get out?
Yep, I'll have Melinda email one.
Okay,
Okay, thanks.
thanks.
Um,
You have to dress in a striped red and white hat. Yes,
there's, I also like to take this opportunity too to, there's a, to anyone out there that wants to, learn, I guess, sorry, I gotta look it up. I just had it up. Uplift the United States indigenous rights and build a movement. Pretty much, people are just teaching indigenous youth and their rights as indigenous people with the American continents. It's a course, but it's free, and they have dates for March 10th and April 1st, and it's over Zoom too. So I recommend that. It's a training that myself and Tokalo is probably going to go attend online Zoom. So I recommend others do it too if they want to know more about their rights. And I can send you the email that I got.
Yeah, you send it out.
Yeah, I'll send it over.
Well,
Well, everybody's making announcements, I did too.
okay.
I just want the council to know that, you guys donated a tribal flag to my nephew. He's going to school at DWU. And yesterday, he marched in with the Rosebud tribal flag in Gainesville, Florida. He had a truck meet over there and he walked, he marched in. Thank you, guys.
Wow.
I just have a question. When you made that announcement earlier, does that mean the tribe is off tomorrow?
Yeah. We usually coordinate with them because a lot of parents aren't gonna have anyone for their kids and it's supposed to be really bad and that's why the schools are calling it. So safety for everyone is we go along with it as well. It looks nice now, but I'm told last time it was nice like this and by that evening we had a blizzard. And that's what the forecast is saying we're gonna have again, so, you know, preparation ahead of time. One of the things, you know, if we do have to do more with the EPP, then I'll let you guys know because it's gonna be heavy, wet snow, so we may have some power outages. Yeah, and high winds. So everybody needs to be prepared. Those listening, be prepared. All right, you ready? Ready for minutes? We're gonna do one at a time. I can do one motion and add all the dates in it. Okay. All right, get to commencement. Do you guys want to do these minutes one at a time or just do them all in one bunch? Pardon?
Blanket.
Blanket? As soon as everyone's had time, has everyone had time to review them? You ready to vote on them?
I got a question on.
10th, I was absent, I did ask to be for that game. So that's after, I used to excuse, somebody takes the out.
Then I made that motion.
Any other changes to the minutes? Maybe you guys should really review them before you approve them. Yes, Emma?
I would just ask that any personal information that's in the media, can we like black them out or somehow make them private if they go out to the public? Because it was my understanding that when minutes are approved, they're public. And a couple of, or at least one of them has some, personal information about a hire, so I don't know if we can. What's that word where you black out or whatever? Just the hourly wage or something so there's no personal information in it.
It's called redact.
Thank you, that's the word, thank you.
Hide.
Emily wants to.
Oh, magic marker.
Sharpie.
Yeah, that does fall under PII. I mean, really federally, PII, you can't be releasing public information because that person can't come back.
Yeah.
So when we approve those, can it be as amended and just kind of, it's on the 30th, January 30th, page 1. Thank you. So,
Then when this body makes motions, can we see that they're followed through on? Our motions, when our motions are made, that they are followed through on, because here on January 31st, 2025, I made a motion to have the treasurer give the travel reports for the political appointees under the president and vice president's office. I also, in that motion, it also stated for all of you, the vice president, the president, for all of your travel. And when we made when the motion was made for our travel to go out, we had it in a half hour. And we're still waiting, and this motion was made January 31st, and we're still waiting for that travel request to come out. Okay, thank you.
okay. About my last comment, at a previous, discussion about it, it said that they used the employee number. So I don't know if that's something that we want to do in the future, rather than using a personal name or something, just use their employee identification number or something. Thank you. Sure. Are we waiting for approval? They're still.
Yeah.
Yeah. No time to finish reading. I said red, so I don't know if
Dude, no.
Tina? That's so pretty. I mean, you
That's the.
wait.
Oh, this is not.
When we were talking about the itemized budget, was that timeline on that? Anything with that?
Yes, it's empty.
Perfect. So what are we talking about?
What
It's
day?
on page 2 of January 10th. Wait, are you all done?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Done?
Yeah.
Okay. I just can't remember what we were talking about then and why we needed a legal opinion. There's a thinking. Did you find it? Remember what that was? I was just gonna question why we needed to have a legal opinion if we had to follow up on
At
it.
that time, one of the, departments miraculously found, raised money, but was never in their operating budget.
I was just wondering, because it says it needed to have legal opinion, so I didn't know if we got that or if we needed to.
Okay,
Have y'all done reading?
Thanks. Go ahead, Chris.
There's one thing I do want to say too. I guess it goes along with the motions that we make that don't get followed through, even the ones that we as council make, but somehow seem to forget the next week. So I'm gonna say this one motion. I mean, y'all have it. So I'm gonna repeat this motion so that going forward we remember this. Motion by Pamela Wilcox to have all HR hires, any personnel discussion, and motion excerpts only be sent to the president, personnel director, treasurer, and RST council. Second by any of this. Here's the reason why this is because again, RST council. I don't know why we're on this, but RST council does not deal with personnel. I don't know how many times we have to say that. We really do not. And anytime you interfere with that, it's a power grab, because we were looking at the Constitution and it's up for interpretation, and that interpretation is always abused, misused. And so anyways, I just want us to remember that this whole motion is correct except for the last part where it says RST council, because that ain't us, we're legislators. But yeah, I'm motion to approve all these minutes, so.
Okay, second. Ben, question? Stan, all in favor of approving all the minutes?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
Thank you. I'm gonna have her hand this out because we're activating EPP. This is the EPP from January that our last two times that we had to assist. Are we? Okay. Folks, this is just a report for you guys, for you to look at, but I like it back because it has people's name on it. But it's just letting you know how many people were assisted during the last two EPPs.
With EPP going to be activated and you're only gonna do snow removal,
That's what came from the EPP office.
then you said there's gonna be high winds, we might lose electricity. What about those people that rely on wood? Are they just gonna stay cold?
You can check with them to see how much wood they have available after the last spell. We had to keep buying more and more wood because it was so cold.
Yeah.
So I'll ask him and I'll find out and I'll let you guys.
And that's good that there's no wood, because that means you're really serving the people if you don't have any wood left.
Yeah, we had to do a couple purchase orders to get other people to bring them in because we serviced a lot of people, but this list that you're getting, it shows how much wood we put out and heaters, everything that we did during that cold spell.
Okay, thank you.
But you guys had asked for this, so we got it.
Oh, that's just. Maybe that's not easy for people.
So this is, I'm giving it to you guys just so you can have an idea of how much people we actually assisted during both of the EPPs. And this list that she's gonna hand out to you now is what came out of the president's office for our January and I think it's our January and February.
You guys all have.
How many people we helped with our discretionary funds? Yes, folks.
You know, just looking at this, I know that you guys assist Sunrise Apartments with water, so does Antelope Community.
And EPP.
And EPP, what's ever gonna become of that place?
In our next month's meeting, remember when Peebles and Kidder came? Peebles, I always say that. How do you do that?
Peoples and Bergen.
We know.
Yeah, those guys. when they came to that last meeting, we had the discussion on Sunrise
Yeah.
or Costello, and more or less you guys kind of had interest in seeing what they can find out. I did meet with Seth when I was in Washington, and they are working on it, so we'll have something to report to you in our March meeting.
Okay.
As far as what we could do, because it sounds like they're making an offer, but I don't want to be ahead of myself. I want you guys to hear it from them.
Okay.
And then, also I'll be working with Paula Antoine for us to do that, healing, that we were gonna do a prayer service for everybody. And so I'll have that information for you guys as well at our next meeting.
A day of prayer?
Yeah, day of prayer.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir, Mike.
Can I just follow up? Are you taking names or lists or any kind of assessment of the people that live at Sunrise? I've been getting a lot of,
Folks usually contacts me, and then I let Bob know, or if our office can help. We just have to keep in mind, we can help them with water or heat, whatever. We can't do the repairs there because that's not our property.
oh, I understand, but I know we have a lot of housing opportunities right now, so I was wondering, are those people getting on some list somewhere? Are you connecting the dots for them?
We've offered like to put them out to the casino temporarily when things get bad, but as far as offering them services, the option, I don't know if Phillips works closely with them. I don't know if you recommended that to them, Phillips.
Well, I think what we need to do is what she just said. We need to start working now on getting them set up for housing. Because I tell you what, there's gonna come a day where that place is gonna end up going down. Because it's in shambles.
And some of the units are beyond repair, and even if they are, they would have to be removed. So I'm just wondering if there's a way that we can at least do an assessment to say, yes, they pay bills, yes, they have this many people in their house, and at least have them somewhere, because we have less than 2 years to get these houses, built, put somewhere and put in. So the sooner we can kind of connect these dots, I think that would be.
Yeah, just keep in mind though, even though we do that, there's already a long housing list, so even though we put them on there, it could be a while yet because the SW already has long lists for community.
Oh, I'm not talking about
They would
SWA.
probably have to be under Antelope Community because that's where their residence is.
I'm talking about these new homes that we
Oh,
have
the
no
new homes.
identified,
Okay.
no one, and there no application. I'm just thinking
Right.
the sooner we can talk about that and get that process identified, the sooner those people at least know, hey, I'm gonna get on the list somewhere or not. That's all.
Because we do have grandmas there with their grandchildren
Yeah.
who have been loyal to paying their bills and everything there.
Yes.
Make them pay for everything and demolish and put those new homes there.
Yeah.
Everything's there.
And just what I wanted to let you guys know is the meetings that I attended at Great Plains Tribal Tournaments and at NCAI. During that time, I also did meet with our 3 senators and with DOJ, IHS, BIA, SCIA, and BIA, not BIA. 6 of them. And pretty much they all say the same thing. Anybody that went to the meetings in Rapid City, at Colt, NCAI, all of these meetings are telling us the same thing, that because things change constantly, the senators that we met with, the programs we went with, all said the same thing. I asked them specifically for information for our tribe, for our tribal council, to bring back to you for those changes, and they all said the same thing. We don't even know. And as I sat there with Mr. Mercer, just that quick, he got a call, and when he went to that call was when Ray got let go. And then that evening, Ray got put back to work. So that's how quick things go. So when I asked them to give me information to bring back to you, they all pretty much said the same thing. And at each of those meetings, I advocated for our needs, for law enforcement services, for health, for education, for roads. And I attended those meetings with Greg Starsky's out. His lobbyists and his attorneys were there, and they invited me to go along with them to their meetings, so I did. And we both, along with Ryman and Janet, we all asked for the same thing. We all asked for consideration to change the formula, to have more consideration for the large-based tribes, because we are usually outnumbered by the small tribes. So these are the things that I was doing when I was there. I was advocating for all of our needs. With law enforcement, I also did ask Mr. Mercer and Olivia Steve if they could help expedite the backgrounds for the applicants for the chief of police. Because of what's going on in DC, they could not make a commitment to how soon that could happen. I had talked to Frank before I left to get information on law enforcement services. This is my first and only time ever having a meeting at law enforcement with him. And I asked him if he could give me a report, which I will share with you guys. It's the report that I submitted to all of the senators on the needs of law enforcement services. I had asked this from a lot of the programs, but I didn't get it from all of them. But because of things that are going on with deaths and crime, drugs, all of this, I did get a report from him asking him what their biggest needs were. So I took that with me and I gave it to all of the senators and to the programs. Also, I think, yeah, he said they could do a background. When I talked to Jennifer, she is working with Mary to get those done. It's still going to take anywhere from 1 to 3 months to get those backgrounds done, but that was a motion made by council to have backgrounds done first on those applicants. So it's gonna be a while yet before that position can be filled because of the request for backgrounds to be done first. So I just want to update you on that. Michelle?
Just making sure that backgrounds aren't being done on every single one. They should only be done on the ones that are vetted and that are actually eligible to hold that position.
I'm not sure what
Well, that was something we talked about. I don't think you were at the meeting, but HR was supposed to vet all those applicants prior to. So in order to saving time, they shouldn't background all of them. They should only do the ones that are actually eligible for the job.
I was just gonna say what Michelle said, because we requested that, and I think we need to get more assistance or more help over there so that all of these get done in a timely manner, because it's really crucial, especially with Head Start. Those background checks aren't being done, and by the time, then they have to re-advertise, so we really need to get them some help over there.
Ben?
I guess this clarification, I think, well, not clarification, but I guess understanding, but at the same time too, getting some kind of recall, as you can say. I did ask the Legislative Affairs Department if they could do a recap of a lot of the stuff that's going on. I mean, the first thing we had to deal with was the ICE coming down, the ID cards, all those types of things. So I did ask them if they could kind of do a chronological type thing coming up, and then what our response was to that. And to this day, it's still the same thing, is that where all this thing that's coming up, we still need to address it somehow, some way. So that's why I asked if they can do one of those types of things where we can put out to the public, put it on the radio, put it on the YouTube channel, and then let people read it, at least understand what we have been dealing with since January, I think it was, even February. So we can at least let the people know in the public that we are doing something about it. We're not just letting it go. I understand it goes every day or every hour, I guess, what's going on up here in Washington. But if we can at least put it into perspective about what we're dealing with and how we are dealing with it, especially as a tribe. So that's what I was tasking. I don't know if they're getting it together. So I just hoping that we could kind of, once we get that information, be able to put it out there to the public about it. Because again, I mean, that funding, the freezing of the funding, I mean, that's another big thing. How are we dealing with that? We know what Washington is doing because we could put it on the news, but what are we doing as a tribe? So I'm kind of glad that we are getting a lot of things together to try to at least find some solutions in case something else happens. So those are just my concerns about what we're putting out to the public, that we are trying, we are doing what we can to help out with what's coming at us. So I just kind of put that up there for legislators too. So I know they're doing a great job over there too. But that was just a FYI, but I know on your part too, you're basically the go-to person to make sure we get factual information. So I know they were told to get factual information before they put it out there. And the other thing too, is I was kind of concerned, I did mention it to them too, is that when they put out information regarding the government, we have quite a bit of emails that come up from different organizations. Now I do understand that each of those departments, I don't know if it affects them or not, but when they put out that information, I right away find out where they get it from. Who sent it to them, and then is it real stuff? Is it going to happen? So that's why, we really need to find out where we have a source of our own with the tribe, who's putting it out there. I know that Facebook page that we have on that Facebook, there's 3 of them that are out there. So those are things I really want to make sure that we get out there to the people, because again, there's some false information that could be put out there, but just to make sure we get the right stuff out to the people so they understand that we are doing what we can. So that's just my concern, and that, I guess, making sure all our entities are doing their part too, as far as the radio and all that type of stuff too. So that's just what I was about.
Yeah, a memorandum's gonna be coming out to all the departments and to everyone. All public announcements need to come, the official needs to come through our RST communications. Because there's too many people putting things out, even in the emails, and it's conflicting information. When we put information out, we have to be cautious because we don't want our people to panic. We don't want to give false information. If we commit ourselves to saying one thing and something else happens, then there's mistrust.
Yep.
Totes.
Better start getting it out there then, because the people have been waiting and we haven't gotten anything out official. You know, Michelle made a motion for this young lady to start getting information out there, because our people have been waiting, patiently waiting. And yes, things change on a daily basis, but we still have the right and the responsibilities to keep our people informed and updated on things, which we should, you know, and we should get to enrollment also, you know, so we should have a lot of informal meetings, because this is a really crucial time, and things always come up, you know, especially when we're in council, things come up and we get sidetracked on things. So it's really important that we do police ourselves, and it would be good to have some informal meetings, even if they go just till noon, to give everybody an update of what's happening and really share things with us, Madam Chair. Very crucial that the information is filtering through all the time, you know. We really want that from you, Madam Chair, right now at this time. It's really important. Okay.
And then last time we met, I said that I wanted to get a PR person. I'm trying to find out whatever happened to that motion, because that motion included funding, and other tribes have a PR person, other tribal presidents and chairs have a PR person. I want a PR person in order to keep this information updated, in order to get it out to the people.
I tried to recruit one, but she declined last week, so.
Okay, so that's what we're working on, is bringing a PR person in. Cal and Ben.
Anytime of getting that PR person, because it's been so long, we did ask Emily to do that for us. So there was a motion made and passed that she's going to be doing that. So she'll do the draft and then circulate it for everybody to review and make changes to.
And to work with communications.
Yeah, communications and the radio station, business office, everybody, to make sure that the information's correct and up to date.
You guys get motions that these guys make? I need to get them sent to me. I don't have time during the day to be opening emails. Emily?
Thank you. Just because it's not brought up. So that happened last week, and I think the intent was just to get something out there in the meantime while all this other stuff is getting worked on. But because of that, there's a lot of players here. We have the Legislative Affairs Office that's been gathering information that we want to make sure that we're in contact with. Somebody mentioned the Secretary's Office is making sure that we're getting their updates. Somebody else told me that your office is already working on updates. I should reach out to you and reach out to Russell. So just this days since that motion was passed, there's already become,
in the past, these stories.
I don't know what the word is, but I need some organization or clarity as far as like, I can draft a statement, no matter, you know, that's fine. That's like the easiest part of it for me. But it's who do I send it to? What am I stepping on? You know, who am I going to give it to get it? I don't feel comfortable asking an elder, can you please just read this in Lakota, versus should we have a conversation and they get their own statement? You know, I didn't know where my role is and all that. So I don't know if I could just get some clarity moving forward. Like, I'll definitely send a draft out, whoever it needs to go to. I'll definitely help Q&A questions, draft that. I just need a little bit more clarity or direction on what specifically you want from me versus all of the other players. Because I harmlessly or just naively, I guess, thought, you know, I'm just going to help in this situation. Like, that's what I thought this was going to be. But it's turning out to be a little bit like, I'm stepping on people's toes, or this is somebody else's job, and that is not my intention at all. We have information that I feel should be going out to the people. And so if I can draft something like that, but then what, do I send it out in the email to everybody and then wait to hear back from people? Or, you know what I mean? Like, if we could just talk about maybe 5 minutes about what that would look like and talk that through a little bit, then I can run with it. Because I have a draft, but it's really general as far as like, this was the motion, this is our intention, you know what I mean, kind of everything we talked about. And then moving forward, then it would be like a weekly update that they could look forward to. But I don't know how to do that and put those details in there until I know, oh, it's gonna be a joint effort with us and IT, or it's a joint effort with Channel 93 in the president's office. Like, I don't know on that.
Technically, it should come to me, and it'll be from all of us. We're all one. We're all one body. You can do the report. I'd appreciate it. That'd be great. From the time I walk in until I leave, I am busy. There are people, not only programs, directors, but people from the public come to my office every day. And on a higher level with legislation, I'm on calls and meetings as well. So drafting it, putting it together, it can go out from my office from all of us. That's not just me, that's all of us. So if you want to do it that way, that'll be fine.
Madam Chair, where are we at on those enrollment cards now? Last time I heard, they said that they ordered them. I haven't heard anything from that yet.
I haven't heard anything either. Have you, Wayne?
Did we forget about the importance of it, or they don't need it anymore? What is it?
Yeah, I think Trump just wanted to scare everybody, and then it just went away. No, I mean, that's how it seems, but.
I don't think we should let our guards down, though. I mean, there's a lot of tribal members that are running around out there with enrollment, with no enrollment cards, and I think it's important that we get on whoever's in charge of that to get them here so we could get them enrollment number. The one thing that I would like to say is that the Rosebud Sioux tribe should have one official voice coming out and giving information out. And you have too many people talking at the same time, especially giving out contradicting information, that confuses people, that confuses the Oyate. And they get upset about it. Last information I got from a tribal member was that there was information on Teleland News saying that Rosebud Sioux tribe was giving out free enrollment numbers cards. Then next thing I know, they said, well, we saw it on Facebook that it's $20. So that kind of information is out there, going out from the tribe, and it confuses people, and we need to stop that. Especially at these times of uncertainty, we need to correct those. So that's, we need to have one official voice that talks to the tribe, coming from the tribe, not 20-some people talking. And I always say that, I don't have Facebook, and when I look at, my wife shows me the Facebook, I call it Facebook follies. Because there's all kinds of false information that are being kicked out. People are getting scared over false information on Facebook. So that's one of the reasons why I always emphasize that we need to have one official voice coming out of the tribe. Now, another thing I mentioned this morning, and I don't know if you guys took it as a joke or not, but I need to be included in these meetings. And I hope like hell that the secretary's office, since I'm not on that group text, I wish the secretary's office will kick information to those ones that are not part of that group chat. I came this morning with the intention of attending a land and natural meeting. And I walked in and they told me there was a council meeting going on. And all these informal meetings you guys are talking about, I want to be part of that too. I got an opinion. I got to defend my Oyate people out there too. So all the informal meetings that you guys are having, I want to be included in that too.
Thank you, Bob. We checked with enrollment, but they haven't answered yet on your question, but I'll get that answer for you.
Okay.
Okay. If there's nothing else, Wayne.
I need to be excused. I need to meet with the director before they leave.
Okay, yeah, a lot of people are gonna leave at 3, so. Which one of you? You're both lifting.
I just have a quick comment about the enrollment thing. During BIA's report, they reported that some of the leftover funds got released back to the tribe. So I did check with enrollment and haven't heard back with them, but one of the projects that they had put in for those funding was to get that mobile card issuance and the software and everything, and that was on hold. So I'm hoping that now we got that release from the BIA that they'll be able to purchase the software and the needed equipment so we can go to Rapid City or Sioux Falls or even to our own communities and get the card issuance in person. So I just wanted to get an update there that we're still working behind the scenes on that.
That's great because a lot of people from the Denver Center contact us and a place in Nebraska because we have so much tribal members in those places asking if there's anything we could do, even in Rapid City.
So if we get, maybe if you start a list on those ones, we might have to end up sending, you know, our staff down to Nebraska or down to one of these places and getting people in person, and how we can get like a MOU or something with one of those entities.
Okay, thank you, Emily. Michelle?
Oh, I was just gonna say that, to Bob, if he has email, to check the email, because all the weekly meetings are sent out by the secretary's office. And it has it in there that today was a council day. They're all, she sends out an email every week of the weekly meeting.
One with the names on them.
If there's nothing else, there are some people that need to leave at 3. I'm gonna adjourn the meeting. Motion to adjourn. Charles, second. Oh, Wayne, you better hurry. Okay.
I just have one small issue to bring up. I've been getting a lot of requests from the public they want to see the financial records for ARPA. I don't know what you want me to do with those. There's a lot of information. I haven't given it out because I don't want those to get a hold of it right now, and even because it has all of our expenditures on there, so. But these guys are calling me and chewing me out. Want clarification on whether or not I just send it out or whether or not I can keep it confidential.
Ours is public, but are they?
We don't have a policy on it, so it makes it difficult.
What's the purpose of keeping it confidential?
I don't mind sharing with our members, but I don't want our members putting it on Facebook or sending it so that it's to get this to our end. Maybe some stuff. Members want to come into my office, I'll show it to them, but I just don't want them to get on Facebook and not get this to the world.
So you need direction on that?
Yeah.
So you said that you're willing to, if they're willing to come in, you can show them, sit them down, and like this is what we expend.
Yeah.
Let's just do that then, so that if they're curious, they could come to the tribal building, to the treasurer's office, and sit down with you. Then I'll make that motion.
Okay.
To allow you to do that.
You need a second? Marion, question, Michelle? All in favor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting?
1.
No, I voted no.
Oh, you voted no. So
Thank you, Council.
13.
13.
1301.
One more question for Wayne. A clarifying question on those budget cuts, is it just for the remainder of the year, or is it FY 25? FY 25?
Yeah, for continuing resolution.
Yeah. The instructions were to give us a budget for a 3% cut for the whole year, fiscal year 25.
Okay. I just have one thing I need councils, I don't need, but just if you guys would like to, through council, through the Coalition of Large Tribes, we passed some resolutions during our meeting, and one was for, full funding of tribal public and safety money for BIA OJS. The other was to support tribal exemption for any reduction in force of probationary or other federal employees providing treaty-based statutory based on trust, services, and tribal government. We've been working on these that we've already passed through Colt at our meeting last week. I was talking with Treasurer Boyd, and we were talking about having Colt possibly submit a resolution up through all the tribes that will talk about opening those portals if we are in a shutdown, or what's going to happen, or encourage that those portals stay open. So I could ask Colt to get a resolution like that and send it to all of Colt members if council wants to allow me to push for that.
Emily?
I have two things. I'll move for that if that's something you want, but the quick question is, whenever that conversation was about sending the letters up for support, was there one included about like our tribal schools and universities like SIPI and
Yep.
Haskell? Because if we haven't done that, I wanted to also make one for that, but,
Yeah, they're already working on one right now.
okay, good.
So that one was for the instructors that were let go from Sippy and Haskell.
Yes.
Yep.
Oh,
So that-
the
so
waiver
we're-
and
yeah.
exemption and all that, okay.
We took action on that up there.
Okay, good. So I'll move for that, for the one that you mentioned about getting the resolution to them about leaving that portal open in case of a shutdown.
Okay.
Need a second? Coach, question? Yeah. Michelle,
So I'll get that to them and have them.
all
work
in
on that
favor?
right away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Opposed?
0.
Not voting? 0. Thank you. And just so you know, everything that I'm getting, I'm sending to you all in email. So if you're checking your email, you should be getting information from me. I sent the information on BIA and all the ones that they're cutting on, from Washington. So everything that I get, I've been forwarding out to all of you.
Hope sent one up too for the SNAP, SNAP and other federal food assistance programs being unaffected.
So I'll either, Lisa will send for a quote and I'll send from whoever I received from.
Just real quickly, last week I asked when we would be doing the travel reports, and we said underneath Lisa's report when we didn't get to it. So do you want us to send those to Al, or who do we send it to so that they're?
Just email it to the.
To council?
I've just emailed on mine out to council before.
Because in the past, I presented them, verbally on council floor, and then if anybody wanted to follow, but I just didn't know in this case since we didn't get that. Anyway, for the quote, thank you. See you.
Motion to adjourn? Ben? Marianne, all in favor?
Oh, did she get compensation for her?
Yeah.
Yes. Who made the motion to?
Amend it to be with compensation.
Make sure she gets paid.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Opposed?
0. 2. All right.
Compensation.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.